Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Gaming with the Cats. I am New Mechanist, and tonight we are going to be playing some Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're going to see how far into the series we get. I played this some time ago, the early Phoenix Wright games. Some decent time ago, so I will have forgotten quite a bit of it, which is good, because there's kind of a puzzle-solving element. We're going to work through the original series, or at least the original trilogy of them, and then we're going to move on to the newer Phoenix Wright game, newer in great big quotes, and see how that plays out. It will largely depend on how you folks like it. But before we get too much further into that, let's check in with kitties. We have Weasley up there in the top left in the cat tree. We have Sherbet zonked out there across the desk. We have Sky napping on the desk side there. And then Rorschach and Ember are nearby. Ember might be visible in the play area soon, but she's sort of walking wide. But yes, Phoenix Wright. Now, we are going to try to use the in-game music on this one. Hopefully, Capcom or some related entity isn't going to pull any shenanigans. If they do, then I'm just going to use our desktop music in future streams. But we'll see how this first one goes. So, let's see. Pushing buttons. Hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. Very classic. Alright, let's switch over. There we go. Now I'm interested to see how the mouse keyboard helps with this, because the game was definitely aided when it was on the DS, because you could like tap things, but there were some issues. Common theme in this is that turnabout gets used in a lot of the titles. Huff huff and grr. How did I get into this mess? And that's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright. In red letters. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Now bring the hammer down. Hey there, maybe. Well, hello, Ember. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. That is a choice of ringtones. This is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, maybe. We're going to move through them, release chronologically, and see how far we get through the original ones, and then move on to the new quote old one. Beep. Looks like they hung up, finally. Good, I finally found it. The disconcerting-looking fellow. Talk about a close call. I hate to do this to you, but... It's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney. You get a bop to the head. A few minutes later, District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. My head. It's throbbing. Why does it feel like there's a horrible fire extinguisher-shaped dent? Why does it feel so foggy in there? Good morning. You're gonna concuss herself with that salute. Ah. Good morning. What's wrong? You don't look well. People are at their best first thing in the morning. Where's that fighting spirit? Why are you wearing so few feathers? Sorry, but can you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sort of hurts. Roger that. The impact sound when she salutes. Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I had done something wrong. What are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. What? I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Life in my hands. You promised me. You said you would prove that I was not guilty. Not guilty? That's when I thought all hope was lost, when all the other lawyers had laughed me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. Tears, sir. Never forget what you're doing for me. Ever. What is this girl babbling about? So I really love to watch court proceedings, and I always root for you to win. Off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? I've been acting really strange, and you keep staring at me. Making me kind of nervous, sir. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you? Only sounds a little bad from your defense attorney. You got a cat stack there. What? Mr. Wright, how can you say that? How can you do this to the fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Is this how a defense attorney treats his clients, sir? I can't believe this. No, it's just... Well, I think you have the wrong person. Yes, who am I? The trial will begin shortly. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom immediately? The trial's about to start. I'm counting on you in there. I guess I must have amnesia. Let's see, what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say I'm a defense attorney. That girl, I said I'd prove her not guilty. Can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. bar. Someone, someone, please. Tell me this is just a bad dream. Why do I get the feeling this is one dream I won't be waking up from? Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Is it, Mr. Wright? Are you talking to me? You see any other defense attorneys here? Guess not. Well, then, are you ready? Sure. Guess I should say yes for now. You ready, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Wait a sec. Her life is in my hands. I should really do the responsible thing. Actually, you see, Your Honor... Yes, the eternal and only judge. Court will not hear the defense's excuses. Because the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this trial fair, but swift. I believe I've told you this before. I hope you've not telling me you've forgotten. Actually, I have. Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse, her lover was a fellow police officer. Policeman? You did what to a policeman? It wasn't me. And besides, Dustin and I, we weren't lovers like that. In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant. Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness. Annoying laughter. It's been a while, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've learned since last time. Won't show you any mercy this time, rookie. Okay, and who are you again? The prosecution calls Detective Dick Gumshoe. So, detective to the stand. Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Nowhere to hide. I'm so dead. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. Don't look very well, detective. Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so, you know. It does, Lunar. You work under that detective? Yes, sir. While I was a trainee, he was always watching out for me, sir. He's such a wonderful guy, sir. I'll never forget what he's done for me. Alright, calm down, I believe you. Detective Gumshoe. Please describe for us the details of this murder. Yes, sir. It happened at the park near headquarters. Expose Park. The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. He was pushed down from the benches on the upper path, sir. The landing beat his body up bad and snapped his neck. The details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday. Ah, yes, the autopsy report, correct? Why do I not remember getting a copy? I see everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented. The victim's watch stopped from the impact of the landing, sir. The results of the autopsy confirm the time of death. If I may, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to submit this photograph. well, the court accepts it into evidence. Crime photo 1. We don't know that yet. He might have had a butler. Or perhaps a major domo or vizier. Gotta trot out all the usual suspects first. A very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes, I guess? Mr. Wright, is your head on right today? There's a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body. Was there? You lost your mind? Well, actually... it's just nerves. Give me a second. What? How can you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro, sir. Alright, sir, I'll help you through this. At a time like this, maybe you ought to take a glance at the court record. Court record? Yep, info about evidence and people involved in this case are all listed there, sir. Look at the court record by pressing tab. Tab, huh? Too bad I'm a cop, right? Just think, I could totally be a legal aid instead. Direct. Yes, Your Honor. Court is in session. Save your chit-chat for later. Yes, your bushiness. Check the court record. Let's see, we got the attorney's badge, the cell phone, autopsy report, the shattered glasses that were found under the victim's body. There's our picture. What was it again? Alright, Mr. Wright, let's see if your notes are in order. This is a piece of evidence found underneath the victim's body. Simple, Your Honor. Broken pair of glasses. That's right. Victim grabbed his killer's glasses as he was being shoved, sir, and held on to them as he fell. Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? Those glasses you're wearing. Yes, this is my spare pair. These glasses they found at the scene of the crime are not mine, I swear, sir. Sure about that? Look, it was a coincidence that on the same day, I accidentally stepped on mine. A coincidence, she says. Obnoxious laughter. Your Honor, I have further evidence to present. Oh, you have more? And this evidence is very decisive. He really likes his gavel. Very well. Let's hear from our witness about this evidence. Something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. Relatively elegantly for somebody whose neck had snapped. Don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie. This piece of evidence and the glasses, it's hard not to say that she's the culprit. This is a picture of the writing, Your Honor. This is... Yes, I can see her name is clearly written here. Prosecution would like to submit this picture. Understood. The court accepts this into evidence. As if the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground. I already told you those glasses aren't mine. How do you explain his dying message? It's a conspiracy. Fake news. I'm not guilty, sir. Alternative facts. Could have been written by a space laser. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Do what now? This is it. I'm counting on you. Sure, but what am I supposed to do? What? Doesn't like you at all. Normally, this is the part where you get in the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do what? Guess there's no way around it. Okay, I'm gonna lend you a hand. Prosecution's witnesses all hide things from the court. Which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't that detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. That detective, he does sort of look like a scatterbrain. It's a chief qualification for a detective. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's bad for us, sir. But when you question witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies. Hammer. That's right, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Trial by fire. Here goes nothing. As I can expose the lies, we should be all right. Even more incriminating than the glasses under the body, sir. About those glasses. Any proof that those belong to my client? Lenses are for nearsightedness and are almost the same strength as hers. Even the frames look kind of like the ones she's wearing in her ID, pal. What should I do now? Slam table. Hold it. Almost and kinda are not good enough in a case like this. You have more definitive proof. Is there something that clearly links the defendant with those glasses? The dirt and sand rubbed out any traces of fingerprints or anything else. So what you're saying is, detective, is that you have nothing that proves these glasses are my client's. Something like that. He's the best detective. What? Let's see. So there is no proof. Wow. Totally feel it down in my guts. Date: the victim was pushed from a bench in the area. You're sure he was pushed and that's how he fell? Yeah, pal, if you look at the wounds on the victim's body, there's no way it was anything else. Continue with your testimony. Anyway, the victim fell pretty far. Managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. Culprit's name? Yeah, I was surprised too. I didn't want to believe it, but is the name that of my client? Like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. Check some stuff here. That seems to be a theme in the Phoenix Wright series, is the idea that if you're in court, you're probably super guilty. Table slam. Absolutely certain? Oh, but that's what it said. Hold on. Huh? Don't hum me. I know the picture says Maggie, but now that he mentions it, something does feel kind of off about the picture. Weird perspective difference between the photos. In this one, the hand is pretty much right in front of his face. And in that one, it's reaching a lot further out. Oh, no. No, it's just the asking about the name again. I think it's supposed to be the other picture. Nope. Or at least not on that statement. Yeah. Well, I thought the one would do it, but... Because there's like different writing on it in this picture. It's not the swoopy curly Q writing. It's the one that we presented it on before. Nope. What about presenting evidence? Send a testimony, you can compare it with the court record. If you do that, I'm sure that some contradictions, and there are contradictions. Contradictions, well, there are many reasons why a testimony might contradict the evidence. This might be lying, or they're mistaken, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. Find a contradiction, open the court record to the item you need, and then I present that as evidence. You got it. You can also present people's profiles as evidence. Raised by a pro. I don't know what to say. Alright, let's... Oh. Profile, present profile. Dot, 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 dot. What is it? It's come over me. I'm pointing so emphatically. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. It's a nervous tick. I yelled it at the top of my lungs, finger outstretched, ready to take on my opponent. What a rush. Slam desk again. Detective Gumshoe. Forgot about the profile thing there, yeah. Talking to me, pal? Please state the defendant's name for me. What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright? You'll see. This is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer. The defendant's name, if you please. Where is this ridiculous question coming from? The defendant's name is Maggie Bird. Someone needs to check the court record. Huh? It's right here. It's Maggie Bird. The bird caught the cat napping. What's going on here? No idea either, sir. But I'm breathing heavily either way. As you can see, the victim did indeed have a name, Maggie. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled Maggie with an EY. It's a blatant contradiction of facts. And it's in red, so you know it really is. Well, that I hadn't even noticed. And I'm such a good detective. But... maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly. I remind you that it was you who said, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. If they were truly lovers, it would be impossible for him to have not known her name. Well... does have his hands in his pockets there, Tass. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor? You absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were, in fact, lovers? I'm quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force. Detective Gumshoe. Please testify for the court the relationship between the victim and the defendant. Yes, sir. Dustin and Maggie. Officer Prince and Officer Bird had been going out for about half a year. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Maggie, I mean Officer Bird, had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had bought over 2 months ago. I should know, because she came to me asking what she should get him. It's that heavy breathing again, dude. Oh, those two sound like they were close. Nevertheless, tragedy struck. Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. Sir Prince and Officer Bird have been going out for about half a year. What do you know about this? Every year in March, we have a training camp for us cops. Sir Beard was a rookie at the time, and she and Officer Prince seemed to hit it off. We got close, I take it. Actually, I was supposed to go too, but I couldn't pay the deposit for the trip, so I did. Only I'd gone on that trip. What is it? Oh, nothing, sir, really. Anyway. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. Marriage, but wasn't the victim 8 years older than her? What? You're saying a guy's got to marry someone the same age as himself? Oh. Or potentially... I mean, we don't know how... Well, we probably do know how old Maggie is. Let's check here. Ah, that's not... That's very different. Come on, Mr. Wright. That's not what I meant at all. Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know? This fella has a ways to go before marriage. Mind your own business, pal. day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday. Day of the incident, you mean September 6th. Yeah. The victim, Officer Prince, had just gotten off duty at 5:30 p.m. that day. Maggie's night shift hadn't started yet. They went to the park for a bit. So, just under an hour later, based on the autopsy. Remember when I was young and in love? Oh, it was a jolly time. That's great, Your Honor. I'm glad you're such a cheerful old man. Maggie, I mean, Officer Beard had gotten Officer Prince a present. You seem to know a lot about the defendant. Oh, good point. We could see the clock in one of these, right? The clock looks like it's on 6. No, I'm sorry, 7. I can read clocks. Oh, that's because I'm her boss, and I've got to watch out for my subordinates. Kind of a... There's a... Gumshoe's kind of sus a lot, huh? Even what she was going to give as a present? Isn't that going a bit too far? Hey, pal, watch what you say. I know everything that happens under me. If someone so much as scratches their... I really don't need to know that much. Mr. Wright, please refrain from badgering the witness. Hey there, Flexi. I agree. Even if this witness has a crush on the defendant. That should not be the point of discussion at this time. Oh, wait a second. What are we talking about? Why are we talking about this? It's your fault, pal. You're guilty, guilty, guilty. I should have you arrested. I think the good detective is about done here. Something she had bought over 2 months ago. Tell me more. How you doing, Flexi? Over 2 months ago? Yep, she's a very considerate woman, pal. What was this birthday present? Got him a glove. A single glove? Why'd she only give him one? Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove. Oh, I see a baseball glove. Sir Prince was a huge baseball fan. Oh, that is... I know that feeling, Flexi. Just now, I believe you said that the present was something she had bought over 2 months ago. Yeah? Are you saying she bought the glove at a store that far in advance? Nothing like that, pal. What is it like? She ordered it. It was custom made. Fancy. Custom made? The glove was custom made. Yeah, that's what I said. So the glove was custom made. Stop saying it like that. Connor, I really don't see how this glove is related to this case. Always looks so smug when he talks. Seem there is little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Do you think this glove is really relevant to the case? Yes. I don't know where this will lead me, but... Of course it's relevant. That glove is the key to this whole case. Yes, bluffing to the max. Don't say it out loud. This is the Mr. Wright I know. So happy you're back, sir. I was wondering how long it'd take. This is great. Pressing people. Feels like I've done this before. As if I used to do this to squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people. Oh man, we're getting a lot of Rorschach belly there. Look at him. Sherbet's got his hind legs propped against Rorschach's hip. Very well. If you're that convinced, then let's hear some more about the matter. Actually, I brought the glove with me today. And? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and show the glove to the court. I didn't think it had anything to do with this case. This is it, sir. That's a... Kinda looks like a bunch of bananas more than a baseball glove, you know? I mean, it's the right shape, but it's got a weird texture. It's rather yellow, isn't it? Birthday present? It was custom made! Officer Prince really liked the color yellow. That's why you had to special order it? Yup, that's right. That and one other reason. This court has heard enough. It is clear that the victim and the defendant were involved with each other. Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Now, if that is true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written by the victim? I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about the name on the ground. Yes, sir. Further testimony. I first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote this name with his right hand. Perfectly logical conclusion. And Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine. Thank you, Your Honor. Right-handed mitt, but I have to say I am insufficiently informed to be able to say whether that implies anything about the victim's handedness. Can you really determine handwriting based on a sample written in sand? This is why amateurs are amateurs. A bunch of simpletons, pal. It's like only half of his face fully operates. Yeah, the Tess mentioned it early. The legal system over there really does lean more towards, if you got arrested and brought to trial, then there is a very strong momentum that you are already guilty. Scientific investigation in this country is actually pretty good. I believe it's time to get back to the real point. Agreed, Your Honor. So what was the result of the investigation? Fortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. So in the end, you couldn't confirm it? Hey, don't look down on us. I told you, we're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Everyone knows you can't find out everything you want with scientific investigation. Sometimes you have to guess or have faith. Never heard that before. Me neither. Nor I. I never heard anything like that at the police academy, sir. Okay, so I made it up anyway. You guys are bullying me. Next, we check the victim's pointer finger. His pointer finger? You know, the one you're always pointing and waving around in people's faces. Ah, don't tell me it bothers you. Every time you do it, I have a mini heart attack. It's like you're trying to kill me. In any case, you examined the victim's index finger, correct? You figured there should be something on his finger if he had been writing in the sand. The results? There was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. And what does that prove? Well, it proves that he did write that name on with his own finger. Which explains why there was sand stuck under his nail. Yes, he's right. And there's more. But wait. There are also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. Tell me more. Scratches on his skin? You can't see them with your naked eye, but they're there. That is incredible. Sure is. That's the power of scientific investigation that apparently we cannot rely on in any fashion, Mr. Roach. So small we had to use a magnifying glass, like a really strong one. It's got that really scientific sounding name. You mean a microscope? Oh, why are you making this guy your witness? Yeah, that's it. Used one of those, and that's how we found him. Can't believe this guy doesn't know what a microscope is. Wrote his name with his right hand. Wrote the name. Are you absolutely sure? I believe in the power of science. Sometimes. Anyway, science! I wonder if my evidence is solid enough to counter with. Yes, you would think there was only one conclusion. That the name was definitely written by the victim. Really, don't you think that's really strange, sir? Justin really wrote that message with his right hand. Do you think I would have gone through that much trouble to get him his present? This is one of those, it feels like I need to know about baseball and the use of a baseball glove, and that's just... Oh, that's just not, you know? Winston Payne. Winced in pain. Prosecutor for this case. Lacks presence. Generally bad at getting his points across. I believe that's where we're supposed to get the that's where we're supposed to go. And I believe this will do it. I'm guessing the hand that is not in the mitt would be the dominant hand. I can't say for sure because, you know, the sports ball. Confirm. Victim's pointer finger. Scratches. Victim wrote with the name with his right hand. Take a look at this. That's the glove, right? Tell the court what is special about this glove. What's special? Never really thought about it, but it's really yellow. That's about it. Yes, it's really yellow, but that is only one of its qualities, of which there are many. Huh? There's another reason why it's special. And that would be very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person. Smug look. Left-handed? Why, you're absolutely right about the left. This glove was made to be worn on the right hand. That's why it had to be custom-made. I've never seen a bright yellow left-hander's glove for sale, have you? Well, no. So, detective, which hand did the victim use to write the name with again? That's easy. Look, it's obvious from this picture it was his... Wait a second. Don't forget that the victim was left-handed. All along. Gasp. I object. Overruled. Sit down and shut up, you. Mr. Wright, I would like to know what your line of reasoning proves. One conclusion that can be drawn. A left-hand person would not have written a message with his right hand. Therefore, the person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. Mutter, 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 mutter. Order, order. If you think about it that way, then yes. It's not possible this name was written by the victim himself. And that means Maggie is... No. Not possible. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The evidence the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent. No. Alright, you did it, Mr. Wright. I can't remember what his, essentially his first name is. Or what his full name is, but I believe in the Japanese version, part of Phoenix's name is Naruhodo. Me butchering that pronunciation, of course. Which is akin to when we say I see. Feel like I can breathe again. Seems we have reached the conclusion. Did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright. Me, Your Honor? Ah, well, thank you, sir. See, you got a compliment. You got complimented by the judge again. You're really good. Eventually, really good. That's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. Are you joking? I'm more than ready to retire. I will now announce my verdict. Court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird. Oh, not yet. Please give me a few more minutes, Your Honor. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Payne? The prosecution is not finished yet. What do you mean? I'd like to call our next witness to the stand. Surprise witness. And what did this witness witness? The moment the victim was pushed to his death. What's more, he saw the very face of the culprit. The eyewitness testimony is the most reliable testimony ever. Order in the court. I believe a recess is in order. Afterwards, we will hear from this new witness. I have a feeling that was a bit too easy. Need more information. I'll have to see what I can find out during this recess. Let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. To be continued. Stay tuned for the next exciting episode of... Sadly, Lunar, juries trust a lot of things. Amnesia? Can't believe my lawyer's trying to defend me in such a state. Why didn't you tell me, sir? Sorry, I didn't mention it to you. I didn't think it was relevant. Oh, I know what to do. I heard you can fix something like this with a really strong shock to your system. Hang on, let me get my taser. Hello, Weasley. Hello. You gonna sit down? Please? There you go. Gotta get all situated. Really start shedding on me, you know? And that fall shedding territory, you know? Come on, lower your head a little. A Maggie kick should be all you need. No. I think I'll pass on this one. Come on. I'm sorry. I just like to kick people. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have a hard time leaving them alone. And to stick my nose where it doesn't belong. Try to tackle everyone's problems. My head's one problem you won't be tackling today. We're here to solve your problem first. We can deal with mine later. For now, do you think you can fill me in on a few things? Of course, I'd be honored to. So we'll start with my name, and then I can tell you about me. No, that's okay, really. I think I know you and your name pretty well by now. I was wondering if you could help me figure out a few things about myself. So, my name is Phoenix Wright. What a weird name. This is serious. You really don't remember. I'll tell you what, sir. You can have this back. Maybe it'll help. This is a business card. I got this from you. It's my most prized possession. Oh. I mean... You've got to admire someone that can find such happiness in a simple object, but then you also have to be kind of concerned about a person like that. Because that feels like the kind of person that would have a great many favorite things. Like, I can't spend that one. That's my favorite penny. And these 6 feathers are my favorite 6 feathers. So I have to wear them everywhere. And this hair clip is my favorite, but this other hair clip is my second favorite. And this one's a close runner-up. It's my 3rd favorite hair clip. And there are some numbers written on the back. That's your cell phone number. My business card. I handwrote my cell phone number on the back. As for now, we should stop talking about me. Start talking about this case. This case? Yep. Can you think of anything that would be helpful for me to know? What can I tell you? I can't think of anything other than the incident with that cell phone, but... Cell phone? Yeah, your eyes lit up when we talked about it at the detention center, sir. Exclamation point. Hurry and tell me, then and tell me. This might be very important. I need you to not concuss yourself before the trial is done. It was on the day of the crime, just before 6 p.m. I picked up a lost cell phone while on a walk with Dustin. All of a sudden, the phone began to ring. Beep. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. The t-shirt, or the kind of sleeveless sweater hoodie thing that she was wearing had the text, the Blue Badger, on it, but it was like some sort of little goblin in a jester's hat and like a belt with like chest strap, you know? We agreed to meet up at 6 p.m. Plus and I waited for the person to show up, but they never did. So where is the phone you found now? I gave it to you yesterday. Huh? Me? Is it that phone in my pocket? You mean this? You think it has anything to do with the murder? I don't really know, but if my eyes lit up... Ah, you were here all along. You're so mean. Called you 1,000,000 times, but you wouldn't pick up. And when I went to check in the courtroom, everybody had already left. Now, who the heck is this? Let me guess. I'm supposed to know this girl, too. Hey, good morning, Maggie. See, that's why she has her hair situated that way, so that she can cover the bruises that she's been inflicting on herself. So, how's it going? Is there a word for worse than abysmal? Oh? And what if I said that everything will be fine? That's right, it's Maya to the rescue with the ultra-decisive, super important evidence. Here you are, Nick, the thing you wanted me to bring. You know, the thing. Huh? Oh, thanks. What the heck is this list? There's about 20 people's names and phone numbers written on it. It was kind of tough, but I managed to dig up some dirt. It looks like these guys are up to no good. No good? As in, there's a group of con artists the police are currently investigating. I think these guys are members of that group. List of con artist names. Why would a group of con artists pop up in a case like this? Don't look at me. Where did you get this list from in the first place? What? Don't you remember, Nick? You're the one who asked me to look this up yesterday. Oh, is that right? These numbers were in the memory of that phone Maggie found. Well, that's where they're from. You're awfully forgetful these days, Nick. Hope I never get to be a forgetful old prune like you. Maya, actually, Mr. Wright is... Mr. Wright, recess is now over. Please bring the defendant and return to the courtroom immediately. So you have to get going. We can talk about you being old later. At great length. Wish us luck. So I have all the pieces now, more or less. All that's left is to put it all together. I'm not going to lose this. I can't. Come on, Nick. Better get a move on. Yeah. Court will now reconvene. Please call your next witness to the stand, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. But before I do, if I may say a few words. What is it, Mr. Payne? It's about the next witness. He has a tendency to say things that rub people the wrong way, you see. So I ask that the court might be a little lenient on. No need to give a preface, just hurry up and call your witness, please. Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution calls its next witness a drifter who was taking a walk on the beach on the day of the murder. This is not a drifter. Please state your name for the court, witness. Nobody that is a drifter can turn their face to the side and get that little smiling ting sound. That is not a feature of the drifter class. Yep. This is the dude what bludgeoned us in the waiting room. Before I do, I'd like to clarify a little something. Huh? Oh, alright, go ahead. Just now, you introduced my wonderful self to the court, correct? Perhaps as a drifter who was taking a walk. Did I? But I will not stand for that. Now you've tinted the court's eyes and colored me wrongly. Sure, I suppose calling... I can't read that fast enough. Yes, I understand. I'm very sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. What is he, a human chatterbox? You know, I've never thought about it, but is a chatterbox a thing? Like, does that refer to an actual, like, object at some point in history? I always thought that was just a thing that people called people. I have to question him? And he's flipping his hair. Fashion, cars, women, glasses, and of course, university. First rates only need apply. I mean, that could be plausible there, Lunar. Internet, tell me your secrets. There are a lot of, like... Oh, okay. So it is just effectively a thing that people call people. It can be fun to find out the the etymology of these kind of words, if for no other reason than to determine that they aren't horribly racist. glasses, but you aren't wearing glasses. That's enough. Your name, witness. Is that how you want to play this? Using your power and influence to keep the young people down? I see how you work now. Okay, boomer. You old people and your dirty tricks. You thought you had me, but you thought wrong. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Oh, man. I forgive you. Alright, I suppose I can tell you my name. Richard Wellington, the drifting virtuoso with a PhD in drifting, as it were. If you wanted to, you could call me a university student in transit. And I don't want to. Never. Ahem. Mr. Wellington, on the day of the murder, you were strolling through the park, correct? It would appear that you are attached to that word. If you must, then by all means. I remind you that I am in no way a prepubescent boy out on a walk with mommy. Anyway, please testify to this court what you saw during your walk through the park. I like how the camera actually cuts him off. Like the text starts feeding and then it immediately cuts over to fade again. You said it again, taking a walk. What you witnessed will do, Mr. Wellington. What I saw that day. I was at the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. I don't remember the time all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 p.m. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above, right in front of my eyes. Without a thought, I looked up, and there I met the eyes of a charming young lady. Of course, I remember her sweet face. It was that of the pretty defendant there. The only other thing I saw was the banana that fell with the police officer. It was certainly a decisive testimony. Decisive? Nick, did you hear what he just said? Yeah. Banana. All you have to say? How can you be so calm? It's strange. My mind is very calm and clear. Those edibles might be kicking in for him, I guess. Maybe it's because I believe in my client. You mean Maggie? No, the other client. Yes, and if she really is innocent, then that can only mean one thing. That guy is lying. But he seems so honest and trustworthy. You may now question the witness, Mr. Wright. Find out the truth, no matter how well you craft your lies. At the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. Alright, let's just go through and poke all the pokings. So you're at the park all afternoon? You seem to have a lot of free time. Huh, that was very rude of you, but then again, what can I expect? You're old. That's what you get from a man who graduated from a no-name, trashy university. No name? Trashy? This might be hard for you for a mush-headed, feeble-minded baboon like you, but I have to think very carefully about the future of our great country. I thought you said you were thinking about which college to go to just now. Oh, please. Which university I go to will directly affect the very future of this country. He's got a bit of an ego. That arrogant little snot. I don't remember the time all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 p.m. How did you know what time it was? I see you're not wearing a watch. Is that the best you can do? Do you think you can discredit me like that? You're just a third-rate biased fool. I guess I can't expect real smarts from you. This is the kind of guy that would have that sort of blog YouTube channel combo, you know? Where he speaks truth to authority. His arrogance is really intolerable, so what should I do now? See, that's a bit of Phoenix Wright lore for you. See, his hair wasn't originally like that. The pointy bits at the back are the fractured skull fragments, like twisting the hair out from where the fire extinguisher impacted. Answer the question. How did you know what time it was? Tisk tisk, I can't believe I have to deal with a worm like you. Just a shallow man who can only slam on desks and point at people for fun. I guess I don't have a choice. I'll try to explain it so that even a third-rate simpleton like you can understand. There's this little thing they call a clock at the park. Did you get that? Do you know what a clock is? It's a thing that tells you the time. As you can see, Mr. Wright, it's even in this picture of the crime scene. Oh, so it is. I looked at that clock, and that's how I knew the time. But if you ask me, this whole concept... Well, here he goes again. Yet again, another flood of meaningless words. Talk about a first-class waste of time. In any case. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above, right in front of my eyes. And how did you know he was a police officer? Flip, flip. Obviously have no idea how powerful my deductive reasoning skills are. With one glance, I could tell just what kind of occupation he held. Shoddy do-it-yourself hit. Oh, and I suppose it was also because he was wearing a police officer's uniform. Just a minor add-on to the pile of reasoning that I had. Shouldn't that statement have come first? That's pretty impressive. Hey, Nick. Do you think he's figured out what I do? Even I haven't figured that out yet. Without a thought, I looked up, and there I met the eyes of a charming young lady. Are you sure you got a good look at her face? Flip, flip. Animals have this thing called an eye, Mr. Wright. They use this eye to see things. In the case of humans, we have two of them. Yes, even you. I don't care if I have them or not. Did you or did you not get a clear look at her face? That's what the witness was just about to get to. I'd like to request that Mr. Wright not use such a loud voice during questioning. Sustained, Mr. Wright, please refrain from raising your voice in this court. And please don't make me have to raise my voice. Flip, flip. Anybody seen the new, or videos of the new Pokemon game, or played it? He reminds me of the wrong choice for starter Pokemon. Are you finished? I'd like to continue, if that's alright with you. Of course I remember her sweet face. It was that of the pretty defendant there. There's absolutely a wrong choice, maybe. Just as there is clearly a right choice this time. You're sure you're not mistaken? Please, don't confuse your pitiful train wreck of a life with mine. Quaxley is the wrong choice, and Sprigatito is the right choice. Objectively correct. At least on this channel. Please. Lip. What you call a famous brand name product while you are only a cheap imitation. There's no way someone as magnificent as myself could have made a mistake. Of course, of course. Of course. Notice anything else of the of interest, witness? The only other thing I saw was the banana that fell with the police officer. The banana? Well, it was actually more than just one, more like a bunch of bananas. What would a bunch of bananas be doing? Why would I know such a thing? I'm only telling you what I saw. Really strange. Maggie never mentioned anything about a bunch of bananas. Gotta be lying about the bananas. Could be, but no reason for him to lie about there being bananas at the crime scene. What if it's not a lie? Well, maybe he thought he was seeing one thing and it was something else. If he mistook something for a bunch of bananas, then that would be an inaccuracy. Think, Phoenix, think! Client is innocent, there's no way he could have seen what he says he did. Which means if we can somehow show he's lying, yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. Is everything okay, Nick? Face. Bunch of bananas. Objection! Pointy finger. Mr. Wellington. I believe I have the bananas you saw right here. So you knew about the bananas too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Flip, flip, flip. But don't think you can use this as a way to pull more information out of me. And that's where you'd be wrong. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Isn't that the baseball glove? Huh? What? A baseball glove? Doesn't it look delicious? Care for a bite? That's not... It's a... No! Your Honor, I think this proves one very important fact. This witness loves bananas. It's bad eyesight. Just how bad are your eyes? Huh? What? Why are you asking me about this all of a sudden? Your Honor, it is a very simple mistake. A glove for a bunch of bananas. No, I don't think so. Objection overruled. You're one of those people. Yes, you know what I mean. One of those people. And he's off again. That's why I asked you how bad your eyesight is. Well, 2200. I suppose you're going to tell me that's terrible, right? Are you not wearing your glasses today, then? That's because I lost them recently, you see. Of course, I was planning on getting a new pair made right away. You know, my glasses are no ordinary glasses, so to replace them... How about when you witnessed the crime? Were you wearing your glasses then? Well, that looked like it hurt. How about it, witness? You're an unrelenting, evil man. And away we go. Desk slam. Which boils down to you were not wearing your glasses at that time. Therefore, the identity of the woman at the scene of the crime and that of the defendant cannot be proven to be the same by this witness. But the height difference was only 9 feet. Very possible for him to see the face of the culprit standing on the upper path. Witness, please be more accurate in your testimony. Remember, a person's life is at stake. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, please continue with your testimony. Please tell the court what happened next in the moments after you witnessed the crime. So angry. The girl on the upper path ran away as soon as she realized I was there. After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. It must have been 6:45 when I made the call. Flip, flip, flip. They must have a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes. The person who was on the upper path saw you and then ran away. I mean, he does seem like the wealthy brat who never had no said to him, if for no other reason than he never gave anybody a chance to say no to him. Yes, that is correct. Which is why even someone without a superior brain like mine can understand that that girl is the murderer. Dun, dun, dun. You may question the witness now, Mr. Wright. Path realized. Ran away. She ran away, just like that? Yes, she did. She saw me and flew the nest like the guilty bird she is. Flip, flip, flip. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that pun too hard for someone who only got a third-rate education? Actually, that did take me a few seconds to get. Anyway, if she ran away the instant she saw you, how could you tell it was my client? The witness has already answered that question. He stated that the defendant is the culprit. This is true, Mr. Wright. I'm striking your question from the record. Then I immediately called the police station to report the crime. Immediately? As in immediately. I mean, sure, a minute might have elapsed before I did, but that's the duty of every good citizen. Or did they not teach that at your pitiful school? I'd like to find out what school he actually goes to, like if that gets revealed. Think people learn about how to call the police in college? Nick, I think you should take a look at the court record for a second. 6:45. They must have had a lot of... because they showed up within 10 minutes. Let's go back and make sure we don't miss anything, because I think they arrived in 10 minutes is part of the problem. How do you know what time it was? The detective told me. You know, which one I mean. The one with the jacket that makes him look like a dropout from a no-name high school. Hey pal, I graduated from pretty good, top-ranked college. I don't believe this. Doesn't matter. I don't believe I was mistaken on what time I called. If I'm wrong, then that detective obviously doesn't know how to tell time. Why you're just some lousy kid who... I think the court can see your point. Anyway, how did the police respond? So you're saying that there were police on the scene by 7 p.m. You got there before that, I think. Usually aren't that many people in that area at that time of day. But suddenly, before I knew it, there were people crawling all over, gawking. Certainly says something about the morals of people in this country. Look at the court record, Nick. Look at it now. We haven't looked at this yet, so... Oh, no, that's just a list. Okay, so this says the victim fell at 6:28, and he says that he saw it at about 6:45 and called in right around then. So I think this is the problem, the autopsy report. Pointy finger. Tappy paper, tappy paper. Mr. Wellington, would you please take a look at this? The victim's autopsy report? According to this, the murder occurred at 6:28 p.m. So, what of it? You said that you called the police immediately after the murder took place. However, by the time you had called the police, it was already 6:45 p.m. There's clearly a 15-minute gap there. Do you deny it? I think that call-out is as much in shock of the line of questioning as it is that he is choking himself with his scarf. I think this court would like to hear what you were doing during this 15-minute gap. Eyes go all white, his brow furrows hard, and he is full-on biting his entire lower lip. The witness was in shock at the time after witnessing a terrible murder. It's only to be expected that he would be a little dazed. 15 minutes is hardly what I would call a little dazed. Hammer smack. Mr. Wellington. Yes? Explain yourself. What were you doing during those 15 minutes? Answer the question. Spit it out. I was searching for a phone booth. A phone booth? You mean you don't have a cell phone? You and your questions. As if you're trying to open all the layers of a Matryoshka doll. Must think you're something special. Witness. I lost my cell phone. There, are you happy? You lost it? Unbelievable. You lose your glasses and your cell phone. You must be very scatterbrained when it comes to your belongings. What? Are you saying that first-rate people are never allowed to lose things? And there he goes again. Enough. Oh man, oh man. Wait, hold on a second. He lost his cell phone? Could it be that cell phone? Didn't see this coming. What should I do now? Mr. Wellington, where is your cell phone right now? Flip, flip, flip. What are you getting all excited about? You seem to be a little confused. I found my phone, I'll have you know. See? Here it is. Oh, I see. Got it. He's got his phone. Thought that maybe this was his. I think we've cleared this issue up. Oh. See, remember, Maya said that she had been calling Phoenix repeatedly, but he didn't answer. What I'm guessing is that when he knocked Phoenix out, that in trying to take his own phone back, he took Phoenix's phone. Just check something real quick here. Okay, let's see. Buttons. I think we've still got the correct cam choice going. At the time of the murder, the witness did not have his cell phone because he had lost it. Therefore, the delay in his call was caused by his search for a phone booth. That's actually Sherbet up there. You can only really tell if you can spot his, his shoulders. Well, that and his side. He has a lot more white, and he has, instead of just a spot of white that Sherbet still has, he has a stripe back there. Yeah, the little guys are growing swiftly. Well, that's the gist of it. I guess you could put it that way and leave it at that. You have any further questions, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the witness's testimony does not make any sense. I don't believe that there was ever a need for the witness to search for a phone. How dare you? Can't just make outrageous claims like that. You do have some sort of proof, don't you? Oh yeah, of course. Alright, let's have this proof then. Please present the proof that the witness had no need to search for a public phone booth. I think this one. Very simple. This is the evidence that... no. Presented the court with another obtuse, meaningless item. Huh? It's obtuse and meaningless? Yeah, I'd have to check the photo again. Look at it all. Why do you think he would need to look for a phone in the first place? Well, that's because I was looking at the evidence and it just hit me. I thought, hey, he really didn't have to look for a phone. Why don't you hurry up and present that piece of evidence? There it is. The phone booth, right there, front and center. Button. This button. Okay. Let's have the proof then. Sure, it's that one, yep. Quite simple, actually. Please take a look at this. Crime scene photo? A problem with it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the picture. But if you don't understand my logic after looking at it, something is wrong with you. No. It's a phone booth. That's correct. All the defendant had to do was walk 3 steps. Mr. Wellington, why did you not use the phone that was right in front of you? Rabble, rabble, rabble. Order! What does reporting the crime a little late prove for the defense? The witness can't explain what he was doing for those 15 minutes. That is reason enough to throw suspicion on his testimony. Yes, this is very true. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? I bet this phone really is his, Nick. He must have killed Dustin to get his phone back. But Maggie said she was going to return it to him. There's no reason for him to kill for it. And on top of that, we still have the phone she found anyway. But if he wasn't looking for his cell phone, maybe he was looking for something else. Given how these games roll, I don't think that's a thing in this universe. Perjury, that is. Is he... Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Do you have any thoughts that you would like to share with the court? Can you offer an explanation as to what the witness was doing? Alright, let's hear your explanation. However, be forewarned that if your explanation is not persuasive, you will be penalized. Well, since I used up most of that meter earlier... Answer is the following. Why didn't the witness call the police right away? I think it's this one. I think he was writing. Nope. Perhaps. That's just an idea I thought I'd throw out. I suggest that perhaps you should find better evidence. It could be that he was trying to find his glasses or that he was searching for the phone. I feel like if he really needed to get the phone, that it would be the phone. Let's try the phone. Nope. Court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This is a clear-cut case with little reason for doubt, and further deliberation will not be required here. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, guilty. Accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month of today's date. That's all. The court is adjourned. Skipping ahead. Click, 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 click. Got the card. Click, 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 click. Less often than I should. Gotta catch back up to where we were. Maya comes in all angry. The game is almost a parody already, so it's not too far to believe that somebody trying to make a parody of it would be able to hit it. Do some periodic interim saves during this. The gloriously obnoxious witness has arrived. You can't actually skip through his rambling. It kind of makes this sort of situation when you have really emotive, over-the-top characters. So when it comes down to it, this is largely like a visual novel style game. So a lot of the interaction is just in watching the characters, both from their look and what they say. Well, Save. Banana. Banana. Flip, flip, flip. Oh. And anybody joining in, we're catching back up to where I botched it earlier. In the very kind of tutorial portion, I burned up a lot of the sort of health points that you have to screw up. So we're operating on a narrow margin right now. Likes bananas, knows nothing of baseball. I mean, based on this one guy, it seems like their animations range from like normal to obnoxious all the way up to just all over the place. Save it after each key moment here. Save. Flip, flip, flip. Present the autopsy report. Pointy finger. I mean, at the very least, Lunar, to be a witness at the murder trial of somebody else who is being framed for the murder that you committed, you've got to be, at least based on these guys, at least comically villainous. Flip, flip, flip. Flip, flip, flip. This was this one. Yeah.
Take that!
Just gonna save at this moment too. We want to get all the way back to the point where we last screwed it up. Phone booth that is right there. We will save here again. Okay, our other thought was the glasses. Mr. Wellington. Yep, it was the glasses. Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. These are your glasses, aren't they? Ah, where did you find... Ah! I believe the court all heard what you just confessed to. These glasses are in fact yours. I'll tell you where they were found, Mr. Wellington. These glasses were found under the victim's body. Under the victim's body? Hasp. Order. Now, wait a second, hold on. I didn't confess or confirm anything. Your Honor, I think the answer is quite clear here. As he fell, Dunstan Prince grabbed the culprit's glasses. The culprit knew that he had to find his glasses and searched frantically for them. But he didn't realize that they were under the victim's body. That is why it took him 15 minutes to make that call. Mr. Wright, are you indicting the witness as the real murderer? Of course, that is precisely what I'm doing. What I was doing all along. I mean, that looks like it would really hurt. I know I'm right. He is the real murderer. Did you figure it out, Nick? More or less. Turns out this cell phone was the key to this case after all. Wait, now is our chance to deep six this guy. Sink him in one shot. So exciting watching you work again. Oh, my old self is coming back to me. It's time to sink or swim. Everything rests on the edge of a knife. The moment I've been waiting for. Your Honor, the defense. The defense is making a mockery of this court. Without any solid ground to stand on, he accuses the witness of being the murderer. Yeah, that's right. I'm no criminal. This is third-rate fraud of a lawyer. In that case, why don't we look at it from a different perspective? Let's hear your explanation as to why you're not the murderer. Why, that's easy. For example, there's the name the victim wrote. What about that? You mean the name Maggie? Yeah, an idiot like you can read that, right? You already know this was not written by the victim himself. After all, the defendant's name is Maggie, and the victim was left-handed. In other words, in order to make the defendant look guilty, the real criminal used the victim's right hand to write her name on the ground? But... Wouldn't that mean that the real criminal was someone the defendant knew? Otherwise, how else would that person know her name was Maggie, or Maggie? I don't see how that would, like... It's like they're pronouncing the spelling. That is a good point. The witness didn't even know of Miss Bird before this trial. Forgot. Is there any way this creep would have known Maggie's name beforehand? So I think this is the cell phone. Mr. Wellington, you didn't have your cell phone with you on the day of the murder, correct? So what if I didn't? When you realized you'd lost it, what did you do? What did I do? Didn't you try to find it by calling it? How did you... Your Honor, these questions have nothing to do with... Overruled. Mr. Wright, where are you going with this line of questioning? Do you think there is some relation between the witness's cell phone and the murder? I do, Your Honor. On the day of the murder, Maggie Bird picked up a lost phone in the park. And... she also received a phone call from the owner of the phone. Beep. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. It's yours? I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. It's always fun when you can spot the era of a game based on technology like that. Big ol' chonky cell phone. You're right there. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. When you learned that her name was Maggie. You made one fatal mistake. Fatal mistake? Mine's name is Maggie. Exactly. Mistake that could only occur if you all you knew was how her name sounded. Eek. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Exactly. Exactly, Lunar. Way back in the dark ages, before even the flip phone. But at least after the 80s cell phone, with its, like, gigantic body, huge antenna, and battery pack. The witness has no motive. Your point is? Very simple, Your Honor. A person usually would not kill someone without a reason. Mr. Wellington had no reason to kill anyone. That is absolutely correct. I don't have a motive. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, can you explain what motive this witness could have had? Very simple, Your Honor. Just do this again. In case we completely go off the rails. Gerber. Are you sure, Nick? I said I can't offer an explanation, then the trial's over, right? Yeah, but... Maya has total faith in us. So I think this would be the con artist's phone numbers. Mr. Wellington's motive is right here. What is this? A list? These phone numbers were pulled from the memory of the phone the defendant found. And we have determined that the people on this list are members of a certain group. You looked up all those numbers? Of course. This list of phone numbers was stored in the cell phone's memory. The names and numbers belong to the people who are members of a certain con artist group. What? Con artists? Can you explain why these numbers were on your phone, Mr. Wellington? This is an outrage, an invasion of privacy. Looking up the phone numbers on a person's phone is a worse crime than murder. How dare you? You're one of those people. You're just like the cops who raided a... Don't care. Get on with it. I want is for you to tell us what this list is about. You think any of you know what it's like to be a refined man such as me? Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness. Overruled. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Why would the witness have the numbers of a group of con artists on his phone? That obvious? The witness is a member of that group. Mr. Wellington is a member of this very group. No. All of your friends' phone numbers are stored right here on this phone. If anyone were to look into these phone numbers, it would be all over for you. This is why you had to kill. That does make sense. Well, Mr. Wellington, would you care to explain? I got you now. The evidence flashing behind him. That police officer... Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Payne? Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness. He said the exact same thing only a few seconds ago. Please? Pretty please? Let's think about the content of that phone call. Thank you. It's yours. Glad we could pick it up. The defendant had already promised that she would return the phone. After that, all Mr. Wellington had to do was meet Mrs. Bird to get his phone back. Why then would he need to kill anyone? And that is a valid point. What does the defense think about this? Just, very dramatic music kicking in. If you think about it logically, then it makes sense. And maybe we should be thinking outside the box. If you think like that, let's see. Slimeball saw something at the crime scene that made him commit murder. I don't think Mr. Wellington went to pick up his phone in a very friendly manner. He was promised his phone, so why would he have been unfriendly to the defendant? I think he must have seen something that didn't agree with him when he got there. Alright, this is a one-hit fail here. I think he saw Dustin Prince, because in the little vignettes, he was still in uniform. She was not. Mr. Wellington saw was the victim. The victim? You mean Dustin Prince? Seems you can tell if you did it right because there are more generic phrases, like when it pans back over, Phoenix is usually in a pose that isn't just like, here, take a look at this. He'll be tapping paper or pointing or thinking or something like that. Dustin Prince had gone on his date right after his shift was over. With no time to change, he went to the park still wearing his police uniform. Oh. The girl that picked up my phone is with the policeman. He couldn't have known they were going out, so he began to worry. He was afraid the policeman would ask a few questions before returning the phone. If I do anything suspicious, he might run a check on my phone. In his mind, it was possible they had already run a check on the phone. He went into a panic. Is that what you're saying? Emphatic nod. Exactly. Officer Prince was murdered simply because he was in uniform. Mr. Payne, do you have any comments? I'm thinking. Seems the truth has come out at last. The witness, Mr. Wellington, you are... laughing. Oh dear. He's doing a thing. Doing a thing. What's that supposed to mean? The evidence. Evidence! All you've been waving around and talking about is that suspicious cell phone. Suspicious phone number this, suspicious con group that. They're all on that phone. But who's to say that phone is really mine? Where's your proof, your evidence? Want proof that this phone is yours? Maniacal laughter. I told you earlier. The phone I lost, I've already found it. You don't even have the slightest idea who the phone in your hand belongs to. You can be sure it isn't mine, you simpleton. What? More laughter. Feels good to see you squirm. We seem to have a problem on our hands with this phone. Whose phone is it? Without knowing that, it's meaningless as evidence. Your Honor, this is bad. I can't let him turn the tables on me like this. This cell phone. Wonder if there's a hotkey for doing this. Game needs a quick save. Something I've overlooked. There's got to be. Maybe. Stored numbers. Names and numbers of those in the con group in its memory. I can show them to you, Your Honor. I wonder. Doesn't seem to be. I'm sure it's not Alt F4. Hey, this, what are you talking about? What are we trying to determine is who the phone belongs to? Who knows, maybe you went and added some of those numbers in yourself. It's quite right. I'm afraid I have to reject the defense's proposal. Dirk is back to his arrogant, annoying self. Fingerprints? Alright, we should check for fingerprints. Like how he's saying this, fingerprints? As if he has never heard of the concept before, that it's new to him. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wellington must have left some prints on this phone. Nick, don't you remember? You got that phone from Maggie, you wiped it off. I did what? You said there was sand all over it, so... Wiped it? I wiped it. Pretty thoroughly, too. Maniacal laughter. Oh, so much fun watching third-rate trash babble like morons amongst themselves. Made a complete recovery. How many times do I have to say this? My phone is right here, you see? Oh, and incidentally, you can't check the numbers stored on this phone. Flip, flip, flip. It must have glitched because all the numbers just magically disappeared. You got to be joking. He erased all the numbers I was going to use as evidence. So I was figuring it's, if he did take our phone, then the cell phone number on the back of the business card will be an action to take. Tone of your voice, it sounds like you still have some fight left in you. Where did you finally find your cell phone? More laughter? Oh, you are too much. And of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh my, now I remember. Beep. Huh, looks like they hung up. Ah, good, I finally found it. Bonk. The guy's face while holding the fire extinguisher and the purple fire aura around him, you know? So that's when... Flip, flip, flip. What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? Why the harsh glare in your eyes? We worked so hard to get this far, but if you don't do something quick, he's gonna get off scot-free. I know. I know this phone has to be his. How am I supposed to prove something like that? Mr. Wright, if you cannot prove who the owner of that cell phone is, your indictment has no basis and therefore no power. Yeah, I agree. I think it is the business card, which will be our next linchpin item. Flip, flip, flip. Don't blame yourself. You're merely a third-rate lawyer. You only made one big mistake. Who are you? What are you? There's something you haven't figured out for yourself yet. Who am I? Court hereby concludes the cross-examination. That will be all. I'll have to bid you gentlemen and ladies goodbye. I have a reservation at that ultra-fancy restaurant on the upper side of town. You know the one. The fanciest one. Thank you for your assistance. You've had a stressful day, so please, bon appetit. Please wait, Your Honor. All right, Nick. I think I may be able to prove it. Prove it? Prove what, Mr. Wright? Everything. All the things. Your Honor, the cross-examination has already ended. Besides, the defense is just going to badger the witness with more inane questions. You will not harass the witness. Is that clear, Mr. Wright? Flip, flip, flip. Did you hear that? No harassment allowed, Mr. Attorney. Please, Your Honor. Very well. This is your last chance, Mr. Wright. You may present one piece of evidence to the court. You get one shot. You cannot prove everything. It's over. For your client and for you. Fully understand? Yes, Your Honor. I'm sure you are well aware, Your Honor, but the cross-examination period has ended. Were you paying attention, Mr. Payne? I said that Mr. Wright could present only one more piece of evidence. Oh. Now then, Mr. Wright, this is your last chance. It all comes down to this. It's go time. Business card. Why, thank you. How nice. Here, please have one of mine. This is definitely one of those Japanese things. The exchange of business cards. The really, like, almost ritualized exchange of business cards. Judge's business card. It's written in fancy script. The ink is strong and clear, but I still can't read it. Wait, what am I doing? This isn't time to be exchanging business cards. Your Honor, there is something very important about that card, and that is the back of the card. This card is important because of what is on the back. You wrote your cell phone number on the back, but that's exactly it. Can you please call the number from your cell phone? Huh? Right? Right now? But court is still in session. It's okay, you'll see. Okay, if you say so. Is the defense preparing something, Mr. Wright? We're going to call my cell phone now. And then the court will see everything for what it is. All the idiotic, stupid things, too. When Maya does make that face, it's kind of that, whoa. What? Why is my phone... What is this stupid sounding ringtone? Beep. Mr. Wellington. How strange. I could almost swear that you're holding my phone. Your? No. It can't... By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for the lump on my head this morning. Yeah. I don't think I need to explain any further, except to say... When you went to retrieve your cell phone, you mistakenly took the wrong one. Shriek. Oh dear. Well, that didn't seem good for him. So that is what happened. You were knocked out by Mr. Wellington. He's a man who lives on his pride and self-image alone. And in order to hide his involvement with the con artist group, he's become paranoid and has lost all ability to make rational judgments. We can talk about him like this because he's unconscious right now. Then Mr. Wright, the phone you're holding, is Mr. Wellington's, naturally. Speaking of that man, how is he, Mr. Payne? He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor. Very well. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Yay! I like how the court has confetti. That is all. This court is adjourned. Later. I knew that the real you would shine through eventually. I was so moved by what you've done for me, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I feel really bad for Dustin. He didn't do anything to deserve this. It's probably because of me. Huh? My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Your whole life? Can't be that bad, can it? Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've ever taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and never won or even tied at a game of tic-tac-toe. Wow. Yep, you're cursed. Please stand at least 6 feet away. My life has really been nothing but a string of disasters. It is, pretty bad. Up until I went to college, I was known as the Goddess of Misfortune. And then, at the academy, everybody called me Lady Luckless. Lady Luckless? What's worse is that my misfortune always seems to latch on to those around me. What do you mean? When I see someone in trouble, I always try to help. Ah, that's right, you were talking about this earlier. It happened again recently too, sir. There was an old lady pacing back and forth at the pedestrian crosswalk. I gave her my hand, and before I knew it, we were having dinner at my house. Oh. I'm sure that Dustin's gone because of me. That's not true. The glove didn't even have any sort of special meaning. It was just a present to say thanks for covering one of my night shifts. Oh, I see. Everything is all my fault. Dustin's death, your head being all messed up. Well, I don't think my head is that messed up yet. Oh, it's like, please don't say it like that. I'm going to find a new life for myself starting now. The next time we meet, I'm sure I'll have found a whole ocean's worth of good luck by then, sir. Yeah, after all, the Goddess of Misfortune is only a name. You bet, I'm gonna make it, I promise. Next time we meet, I'll only be an unlucky person instead of a goddess. Yeah, that's the spirit. Aim low. Oh, Mr. Wright, Maya, I should get going. Okay, good luck to you. Smack. Thanks, you take care of yourself too. What a horrible day. Got my memory back, but things are still a little fuzzy. You're okay, and that's what counts. Really had me worried. Come on, let's go back to the office. Let's not see a doctor about the traumatic head injury that made you lose your memory for a protracted period of time. Don't worry about that. Let's just go home. Afraid to ask, but here goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? I thought you said you got your memory back. At that moment, everything really did come back to me. Okay. Make up your mind, Weasley. Are you gonna shuffle around? Are you gonna lay down again? Detective Gumshoe. He's someone I have had clashes with in the past during certain cases, but he's always also been a good ally during others. The Judge. The Judge. He's a lovable, kind old man who is easily swayed by other people's opinions. But in the end, he always comes up with the right verdict, because juries are not a thing. This person, I haven't got a clue. He seems to know me, but maybe he's mistaking me for someone else. I like how the character in the background is like they're reacting to his recollection. And this girl, Maya? You finally remembered? This is Maya Fey, my assistant. That's right, I have so many unforgettable memories about her. For example, to Nick, what's wrong? Keep staring at me. Don't tell me you've missed me. I suppose I have. That's right, Lunar. They're more achievable goals. Now, you don't shoot for the moon. You shoot for the upper atmosphere or something. Like I haven't seen you in ages. No. Well, I'm back now, so it's time for us to create new memories together. Alright, sounds good. All the phone numbers on my phone were erased by Mr. Wellington. Guess I have to start over from the very beginning. Come on, Nick, let's go to our usual burger joint. Alright. Actually, it hasn't even been that long since she came back into my life. And that story began on one rainy afternoon 2 months ago. End of episode 1. A brand new episode has been added. That was no accident. Fast cars. I was drugged with sleeping pills. Still fast cars. I was murdered by that person. Apparently a crash. That's why I took my revenge. It's only fair, isn't it? Any? Rainy? I finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. No, I did it. I killed that person. But that wasn't you. It doesn't matter. It might as well have been me. I can't believe something like this happened. The events of that gloomy, rainy afternoon that started this whole mess keep playing through my mind. Wright & Co. Law Offices. What depressing rain. Do you understand how depressed that makes me? Do you? I guess. But actually, more than being depressed, I'm angry. Angry at that weather girl on TV. I think our little rainy spell will take a break with a day of sun. Is what that girl said. I'd stake my life on it. Well, it's the weather. But That's why I didn't bother to bring an umbrella today. What nerve calling herself a weather girl. She's going to hear about my $1,500 suit. About your case. Unless you're planning on suing the weather girl? I'm sorry. I thought that before we got down to business, we could have some friendly chatter. Yes, that is what that was. My name is Dr. Turner Gray. Remind me never to get beyond. He's a surgeon. Remind me never to never end up under his knife. I'm here because of this incident. Malpractice at Gray Surgical Clinic. 14 inpatients lose their lives. I mean, if ghost possession is possible and is admissible in court, you'd expect that there would be some way of determining that ghost possession happened and by which ghost. Then you'd have to get him up on the stand. And... Oh, you're the doctor at... It's really quite upsetting. Did you hear me? Upsetting. Yes, I heard you. I agree. It's quite upsetting, Dr. Gray. The one that screwed up was that nurse. It was her that got the medications mixed up and killed those 14 patients. And yet, now listen good, and yet, that nurse had the nerve to go and die before admitting to her wrongdoing. She didn't even offer any sort of explanation to me after she died. How dare you die before clearing my name? She up and has herself a grand ol' accident and crashes her car. Smash, crunch, instantly transforming her car into an accordion model. That's right, about a year ago, all the tabloid shows were talking about it. 14 victims of medical malpractice and the nurse's mysterious fatal accident. There were rumors that Dr. Gray had actually caused that crash. Hey there, Jack. Welcome to the channel. If you're unfamiliar, I'm Newt Mechanist, and I play games with my cats, 2 of which are on the camera right there. We're currently playing the first of the Phoenix Wright Trilogy games. People said it was to forever hide the person responsible for the malpractice incident. Phoenix Wright series is a sort of courtroom visual novel where you have to find the right things and find the right questions. Indeed, we always try to have at least one of them on camera at a time. Oh yes, welcome, Jack. Having a good day, I hope? Why would I... Now, I'm just going to say this once. Why on earth would I want to kill that nurse? She's the one who killed those 14 patients, not me. I think you need to take a deep breath, Doctor, and focus. More to the point, this case is over a year old. Why bring it up now? That's simple, because the situation is slipping out of my grasp. This just won't do. My clinic isn't seeing nearly as many patients nowadays. You understand what that means? It means they're not coming to my clinic. You don't say. If it were me, I don't think I'd want to go there either. So, what would you like me to do about it? I want you to help me prove I'm innocent. You do realize I'm a lawyer, not a private investigator, right? No, this is something only you can do. Maya Fey. You know this girl, correct? Maya, why would you know her name? I heard you were working under her for a little while. Something a moment here. Buttons, buttons. Okay. There we go. Buttons. I heard you were working under her for a little while. Oh, yes, I mean... Hey, wait a second here. I worked under her? Yes, am I wrong? She told me, so I'm not quite sure if... Well, we worked a few trials together. She went back to her hometown to undergo more training. Ah, yes, I heard. It must be lonely for you. What? Wait, I'm not... She must be an extraordinary girl to handle such rigid training. Huh? I have an acquaintance who knows a lot about these mystical sort of things. She's the one who introduced me to Miss Fey. Is Maya really that famous? And I've already set up an appointment. For what? What else? A channeling. I'm going to have her call the spirit of that nurse that went and got herself killed. Oh. I wonder what she's up to right now. We, the women of the Fey clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. That's what she told me. I guess she's learned to accept her responsibilities and become an adult. Yeah. Let's knock another one out of the listing here. There we go. Oh, no, there's a second one now. Man, like roaches. Yeah, that was 2 in a row. There we go. How obnoxious. Oh, just gotta keep swatting them as they show up, unfortunately. Not counting training, this will be her first time channeling a spirit. So she gave me one condition before accepting my request. A condition? The condition is you, Mr. Wright. So that she wouldn't do a channeling without first seeing you again. me. And that is why I've searched you out. You want to see her again too, don't you? And so... I gotta poke some more stuff here. See, and... yeah, it's still going. Still going. OBS is being kind of flaky right now, so I've just got to keep checking stuff. That is how I ended up visiting Maya's hometown with the doctor. Aw, he snuggled right up to Rorschach there, sharing the heating pad. Kurain Village. This is Kurain Village, Maya's hometown. And you are tiny. Why, hello there. Huh, what an odd little girl. Hey, wait up, Pearly. What else is coming this way? Nick! Maya, how are you? It's good to see you again. Wow, I didn't think you'd really show up. Not that big a deal. You made it sound like you were so far away. Well, maybe I exaggerated just a little. It's only 2 hours by train. If I'd known you were this close, I'd have visited more. No, you're not allowed. I already decided, you know. Until I become an adult, I have to work hard and be strong by myself. Oh, wow. Anyway, congratulations. I'm glad to hear training is going well for you. New concepts at play here. Looks like you finally became a full-fledged medium. Taking on your first job. I didn't think it would be this soon. But this case, do you know the messy story behind it? Behold the power of the Maya Intelligence Network. Let's see, 14 people died because of malpractice on Dr. Gray's part, right? And to pin the blame on the nurse, he killed her in what appeared to be a car accident. Huh? So what is this Maya Intelligence Network anyway? The tabloids. So the intelligence network of most people. That's what I thought. I'm just pulling your leg, Nick. What really happened is the exact opposite. I heard all about it from Dr. Gray. Oh, come on, Nick. I wouldn't take a crazed killer as a client. That's too scary, even for me. Yeah, I guess so. So this is your hometown, huh, Maya? Yep. Grain Village, but I've heard people call this place Medium Valley, too. Adjacent to Large Valley and some large distance from Small Valley. Interesting. So everyone that lives here is a spirit medium? Pretty much. Most of my ancestors were too, I think. That's probably true, since the Fae ability to communicate with the dead is so strong. Actually, only the women of this village are mediums. So what do the men do? They usually work someplace outside the village. Men in Black references. lunar state about Agent K and tabloids being investigative journalism being the reference. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about that girl I saw earlier. Do you know her? Oh, you mean Pearly? Pearly. Pearl Faye, she's my cousin. Isn't she adorable? Just like yours truly. Cousin, wait, that means she's also a... Yep, she's a medium too. Really seems like more of a small, though I just made that joke. Probably like a few more times that I'll pull that. Pearly's a real genius when it comes to channeling. I see. I hope I didn't scare her when I tried to talk to her earlier. Nah, it's not you. My aunt drilled it into her head that if a suspicious-looking person tries to talk to you, run away. Suspicious-looking? Well, you're not wearing training clothes for starters. Of course not. Pearly is my aunt's most valued treasure, so she's not allowed to go outside of town. She doesn't know much about she doesn't know much about the world outside of Great Village. Aunt? Aunt? Pearly's mother is my aunt. Duh. Come on, man. Like, I've got to get going. It's about time for the channeling to start. Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm doing the channeling in my house, so come on in, okay? After I'm done, we can grill up some juicy burgers. Alright, good luck, Maya. Thanks. Well, at least she's still in still the same perky Maya. To make sure we get a save point down here. When we inevitably screw everything up. Meditation room. Being very needy, Weasley. This screwball. Yes, hello. Weasley some head scratches real quick here. Cat butt. Hey, you are shedding all over the place, bud. Kitty tumbleweeds going on here. Hey, Manor, meditation room. I'm so glad you showed, Mr. Wright. Some nice weather we're having today. Aren't you happy? No, not at all. That stupid weather girl made the wrong call again. It will rain cats and dogs today, she said with a straight face. I can't believe they allowed such misguided reports on the public airwaves. It's like talking about the weather with this guy is just asking for punishment. But anyway, this is a splendid manor. No argument there. It's hard to believe that this is Maya's house, though. I was given a guide map to this building. Here, Mr. Wright, I have a copy for you, too. A diagram of the Fey Manor. Can we look at it? Pick. There's a meditation room, a channeling chamber, the winding way in the side room. I feel like a left turn is hardly winding. What are you going to do once the nurse's spirit has been called? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to have her write a signed confession. A signed confession? Yes, a confession. Pay attention. I'll have her write this. 1 year ago, on May 2nd... They just have a whole bunch of reports. They just record You know, they've got one for raining cats and dogs. They've got one for it being really sunny. They record them once and they just reuse them as they need to. It's like a banked animation, you know? Saves money. 14 patients died due to my negligence. And then, on May 24th, I fell asleep at the wheel and died in a car accident due to my further negligence. I'm sorry, and I apologize for being negligent. Oh, so negligent. That's what I'll have her write. And with a confession, the rain falling on my soul can finally stop. I see. So how did you hear about Maya Fey? I heard about her from an acquaintance, a girl studying the occult at the college. That girl introduced me to this village. This is the home of the Korean School of Channeling. The home, huh? And Miss Maya is a daughter of the Master, I hear. Master? Anyway, do you see that door? That's the room where people and spirits meet. Miss Maya's aunt is in there right now. Would you care to meet her? Oh, we can look at things. Ah, too bad. Oh, no, we can click on things. Piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's one in English. It says, 100 ways to save money. Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. Clues here. Okay, I think... yeah, it turns yellow when there's something to look at. Someone with a lot of skill wrote these 4 Chinese characters with a brush. Yeah, we may be looking at that one in the future at some point. I picked it up because it had a similar vibe, you know? Murder by the Numbers, I mean. Or Murder by Numbers. Once in a lifetime. Its message is people should value their ghostly meetings as once in a lifetime chances. This door leads out to the winding way. The weather outside looks really nice. Alright. June 19th, Fey Manor, Channeling Chamber. Such a strange atmosphere in here. Flickering lights. I guess they're candles. Oh, that's a haircut. Good sir, who might you be? Ah, my name is Phoenix Wright. Oh, you must be that good sir. Good sir? Is she talking about me? You're a lawyer, are you not, good sir? I've heard much about you from Mystic Maya. Is that so? Mystic Maya? I'm Mystic Maya's aunt, Morgan Fay. Not Morgan Le Fay. Completely different person. Nice to meet you. I've wanted to speak with you about a certain incident, good sir. It seemed that perhaps you asked too much of Mystic Maya in performing your duties. Most unbecoming, I'm afraid. Huh? Don't tell me you've already forgotten. If it was not for Mystic Maya and her assistants, you would surely not have won. First a girl that runs away, and now an old lady who says I stink at doing my job. did I become the poster boy for how not to make a first impression? The past is the past, though. Let us speak of the present now. Thank you? Folding screen is really showing its age. All of its edges are a bit tattered. Lettering is fading too. I think I recognize a few of the characters on here. Ura-in. Village name. Yes, this is an altar. Whatever it is, it feels very important. Mirror-like object with a cloudy reflective surface. And some branches of a sacred tree have been set in a predetermined arrangement. Sir, I wonder if you would please not touch the sacred objects? Those objects are being offered to the spirits. If you were to touch them, good sir, they would become cursed. Yes, cursed. You really didn't have to talk down to me. I'm not that much of an idiot. Not that much of an idiot. This is where the medium sits, I assume. There are 4 panels of this flooring. The straw on the flooring feels a little damp, probably from the humidity in the air. Some empty space behind the folding screen. Light of the candles can't reach back here, so it's completely dark. Okay. Now I'll talk to you. So why do you add Mystic to Maya's name? Isn't that a little strange? Good sir. Ooh. Rolled her eyes right back into her head. Yes? How dare you be so rude and disrespectful towards Mystic Maya? I'm sorry? She must be addressed by her proper title, good sir. You must call her Mystic Maya. So about Mystic Maya, it is the blood. Excuse me? Blood? Mystic Maya carries the blood of the Master. In actuality, she is the only one remaining. Only one remaining? What's that supposed to mean? Mystic Maya is the last of the rightful heirs of the Korean channeling technique. It is a little more complicated. Although a woman of the Fae clan, I am merely a member of the Branch family. Branch family? What's that? It is as it sounds. For a member of the Branch family, no matter her spiritual power, she can never become the master of the Korean school. So, how strong are you? It's a shame, however, I will admit. I cannot even begin to compare the lowliness of my power to the Master's. So that's how it is. So today's channeling will be her first? Yes, good sir. Because the spirit of a person who dies in a traffic accident is usually very strong, it is usually easier to call that person to our world. Traffic accident indeed. The channeling will take place here, in this channeling chamber, good sir. As you can see, I am in the process of preparing. So this room is the channeling chamber? The place where a spirit medium speaks with those who have departed. I don't suppose you mind if we observe the session. Do not even think of such nonsense. Only the medium and the client may enter here. Oh. The secrets of the Korean technique cannot be seen by just anybody. That never stopped Maya from doing it in front of me before. It is also for your safety, good sir, if something were to go wrong. That is why, while channeling is being performed, that heavy door is securely locked. Oh, that's what the lock is for. Oh, yes. I wonder if you have yet to meet Pearl, good sir. Pearl? She is an adorable, angelic young girl. Oh, that odd... She is my daughter. Now then, what was it you were about to say? With a slightly threatening edge. What a cute daughter you have! A pure heart that knows not the evils of this world is a powerful thing, good sir. Please refrain from affiliating with her, I request. Well, it's not like I had a chance to anyway. I've seen this kind of thing in like some dubs of anime where, you know, we're not talking like early dubs, but recent-ish dubs where she's speaking, like they're using an English variation on it, but she's speaking very formally. Like, it's often, like, in the original text, it's often that the person is using very formal language. Whereas here you get the good sir and similar markers like that. But it's as much that they're using very formal, sometimes archaic language. I must insist and stress that you not let it occur. Okay, I get it. I won't talk to your kid. Winding way. Oh, this garden is really breathtaking. Someone put a lot of love into it. What is that over there? Is that an incinerator? Looks a little out of place in a garden like this. Let's look at stuff. Looks like there's a room over there, too. A peaceful feeling is emanating from it. A really old urn. The ashes of a person long dead are inside. Looks like something with a long history, and a great many cracks in it. Other than that, it's not very interesting, so time to move on. It has a storied past that goes back ages. It is a tale to tell, but it's not that interesting, so moving along. Splendid garden with a small lamp and traditional decorations. It's a bit small to walk around in, although that incinerator piques my curiosity. Thick. It's a small incinerator. I don't think garbage trucks come all the way out here to tiny villages like this, so every family has to burn their own trash. Okay. Moving along. Side room. Quick break here, folks. I will be right back. All right, back in we go. Side room. June 19, Fay Manor side room. So this is the side room. Looks like it's more of a break room. There is bedding spread out on the floor. Looks like someone's sleeping in one. I shouldn't disturb them. Small alcove. I have no idea what it's supposed to mean or symbolize. If I had one of these in the office, I would end up it would end up as storage space. But here it's decorated with some pretty flowers and a beautiful hanging scroll. Decorative wooden bear sculpture. There's a plate attached to the base. Terrain Village. The heart of channeling. What the? It's a souvenir. So does this mean it's easy to spot bears here and for them to spot you? There's bedding spread out on the floor. Is that someone sleeping in one over there? She's probably an exhausted medium, taking a break and catching some Z's. Let's see here. Switch it over to Sky. Sky tends to hang out in the tree for a protracted period. If I wake her up, she might be grumpy and throw a spell on me. Probably a good idea not to disturb her sleep. Alright. Hey, you. Hold on now. This gal's got a few questions to ask. I'm sure I've heard that southern accent somewhere before. Oh, well, I'll be. It's Mr. Phoenix Wright. How you been? Haven't seen you in, what, a year? You are, a lot of hair. You're a lot of heart, right? Bingo! I'm the one and only paranormal photographer, a lot of heart. It would be neat to have something like that. I know, like, human recognition software, like NVIDIA Broadcast has something for targeting a person on camera. It's mostly reliable, but I have found that it will pick up cats now and again. But only part of the cat. So I guess you're still at it, being a photographer, I mean? Of course. And today I'm going to get myself a real scoop. Wait and see. Wow, she got some anime teeth. Oh, that's right. This ain't no time to be wasting time. What is it? It's like a northern part of Japan. The accent from there, usually when it's dubbed into English, they give it a southern accent. Since the same stereotype is usually applied, that some southern accents are viewed as like bumpkin, and they use the same kind of stereotype for that accent. That sounds about right, Lunar? Kansai or something like that? Maybe it's, I'm not sure. I'm ultimately not sure, but I know that that's kind of the stereotype that they use. The channeling's about to get started. Is it that time already? Y'all should hurry up and get to the meditation room. What are you waiting around for? Come on. A lot of heart, huh? Been judging her harshly because of that case. I guess looking back, we had some good times, too. June 19th, Fay Manor Meditation Room. Now begin the channeling. Mystic Maya and honored guest, please proceed into the channeling chamber. this, I can finally swat all those pesky flies once and for all. You hear me? They won't be able to say a single bad thing about me after this. You would love to hear them apologize, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? I kind of feel like that sort of statement needs to be followed by, like, full-on mad scientist laughter. Mystic Maya, do you have the channeling chamber key? Yep, right here. Fancy. What was it? There's a character in the One Piece series, you know, anime and manga, that the joke was that she would always look down her nose at people, and to such an extreme that sometimes she would be bending over backwards to look even further down her nose at people. So not just tilting her head back, like leaning back as she did it. Exposing your nostrils fully is a sign of complete contempt. Is one of a kind, so please take care of it well. I think there's the back of the key, the little 8-sided shape with the bars on it. I thought there was a like Taoism or something like that symbols like that, objects like that appear. Okay, Dr. Gray, let's get started. Finally, let's go. Hello there, Fireball. Doing okay here. How about you? Click. We're playing some Phoenix Wright. I've poked some at this series. I don't remember which ones I've played, and at this point... Oh, it's been years. Makes me feel old. Oh, that's unfortunate. What's been going on? Let us wait patiently out here for them. Please have some lovely bitter green tea and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. Is it that the desserts are large or that the strawberries are large? Hold on now, Granny. Granny? How come we ain't allowed in that room? Dear madam, you have an impressive grasp of English. From where did you learn it? Let's see. Text box. Hi. Save. Oh, this is a good opportunity as well to save so we don't get blown all the way backwards, you know. Oh, okay. More transparency. What? I'm from the heart of the Heartland. Is that so? Then I humbly request that you return to this heart of the Heartland. Hello there, Sherbet. Wow. Oh, wow. Sherbet's feeling calm enough to step on my lap. If probably briefly. It's okay, buddy. Sherbet is very skittish. Settling down near Rorschach again, but this time not crammed up on the heating pad. What are you? This is Kurain Village. If you cannot follow our traditions and rules, we request that you leave. Giving you the evil eyes. Ugh. Sorry. Wow, she shut Lotta up. Now that's impressive. Now then, let us wait. Bang. Hey now, what was that just now? Came from inside the channeling chamber. Bang again. That's a gunshot. Excuse me? I heard that sound before. It's a gunshot. I'd bet my afro on it. Maya's in there. Kick down the door. Well, Mr. Lawyer, what's the plan? Encountering well-done different accents can be really fun in these kind of stories. It's a whole range of flavors of even individual languages, you know? Some of them easier to grasp than others. What else? We're going to break in. What? But there's only one key and that kid's got it. Gonna have to break down the door. Is that all right, Miss Faye? Well, yes, but there is one matter, that is, don't try to stop me. You can send the repair bill to Wright & Co. law offices later. Yeah, that's what I call being a man. Slam, slam, crash. Dr. Gray. He be dead. Click. I was murdered. Maya? That man murdered me. So I killed him. What? Click. Lotta, at a time like this? Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on in here? This gal, is she Maya? Step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. But... Hurry, before there are more victims here. Hey, let's go, city boy. Leave this to the granny. I'm sure she... If it weren't in such a bad situation, Granny would have set her off. My cell phone doesn't get reception way out here. So I ended up using the phone booth to call the police. And? They're on their way. That's good. Lottie, I saw a genuine, mysterious phenomenon. She seems really on edge because of all this. Not that I blame her. I'm scared to death by what's going on. Having a good time with this. I'm hoping that our enthusiasm, all of us, our enthusiasm keeps up with this. It'll be fun. It could be fun. Is there more we could look around here? Giant rock. Its origins are written on a beat-up old sign. Looks like this giant rock is called Crane Boulder. It's a really complex explanation written here, but long story short, it's a big stone for spirits to live in. Or something like that. We're gonna sum up hundreds of years of mysticism and like local superstitions into it's a big rock that spirits live in. Old bus stop. Buses seem incredibly inconvenient since they only come 3 times a day. Old-style phone booth. I can't say it fits in with this area too well. My cell phone doesn't get reception up here, so who knows? I may need it later. Like, right now. I mean, yes, it's an accurate synopsis. It has great spiritual significance and history throughout the region, and is also a big rock. It's a multi-purpose rope. It's like a magic version of a velvet rope, you know? Biggest, most elegant of the buildings I can see from here. This is Fey Manor, the place Maya calls home. It's easy to be overwhelmed by its presence. Rustic, thatch-roofed houses where the other villagers live line the street. They're nowhere near as large or as nice as the manor in front of me. It's kind of odd that I don't see any of the other villagers walking around, though. Okay. Speak to me. Hey, mister. That gal, Maya, she wasn't the one that pulled the trigger, was she? They did a good job with making her, like, her whole demeanor seem like a different person there. Like, the entire presentation of her, like, somewhat the split of her hair near her forehead and her posture are different. Oh yeah. Lada doesn't know that when Maya is channeling, her whole physical appearance changes. See? Then again, weren't there only two of them? Weren't there only the two of them in there? I reckon she must have done it then. Lada, what do you know about Dr. Gray? Not much, but I did some digging. That's one gent with a bad reputation. Really? I hear he's good at surgery and stuff, but his personality stinks like wet sheep. I sort of got that same impression myself. He's real controlling. As soon as his nurse or patients don't do what he says, he starts a-hollering. Must have been real rough to work for him. June 19th, Fey Manor Meditation Room. Ah, Mr. Wright. Miss Fey, how's, Mystic Maya? She has returned to this world. The spirit severing technique was successful. Let me see her, please. She is still unconscious. I humbly request that you wait outside for her recovery. Guess we have to wait. The police are here! Sorry to keep you waiting. I like the slamming sound, as if he kind of... Given Gumshoe, it feels like he must have, like, crashed through the ceiling. Huh? You again? What are you doing all the way out here, Detective Gumshoe? It's actually kind of funny. I was in the area for a business trip, pal. Well, time to check out the crime scene. I'll have to question everyone here later on. So just sit tight, alright? Why is he grinning at me? So I show you to the scene of the crime, Detective Detective Jim Shoe? My name isn't Jim Shoe. Poor detective. Two of them went into the channeling chamber. Guess all I can do for now is see what everyone else has to say. June 19th, Fey Manor side room. I'm pretty sure there was someone sleeping here earlier. Like, how can I help you? Ah, that is... like... So it isn't about time... Isn't it about time to start? Huh? Time to start what? You know, like, the channeling. Channeling... Oh. No, actually, the situation has kind of changed. Huh? Like, what do you mean? Please stay calm, but there has been a murder. So, like, a murder that is that thing where, like, one person kills another, right? I'm not getting the upward inflection that should be at the end of every one of her sentences. Yes, a person was killed by another person. Oh, that's... what are the words I'm looking for? It's like... totally a bummer? Yeah. After all that effort, that's all she had to say? Oh, I'm sorry? I forgot to, like, introduce myself? My name is Eeny Meeny. At the college, I'm researching and studying parapsychology. Parapsychology? That's right. I think people, like, usually call it occult studies or something. Like, supernatural phenomenon, ESP, and psychic powers? That sort of stuff? That's pretty out there. I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Eeny meeny. So what brings you here today? So I was the one who told Dr. Gray about this place. He asked me, like, do you know of a good spirit medium? Dr. Gray did say something about being introduced to this place. Because, like, talking to dead people and, like, multiple personalities are my thing. It is fun when you speculate about something like this in a text-based game, and the next line the character has kind of confirms what you just said. I see. Then why were you taking a nap here? Like, I wasn't feeling good? Huh? I'm, like, allergic to sesame seeds? They, like, must have put some in the food they served for lunch? Oh, that doesn't sound fun. So I, like, felt sick and came here to, like, sleep? I totally feel like I've wasted my time because I like slept a long time. Maybe she'll make more sense when she re-enters our orbit. So you were sleeping here the entire time? Yeah, ever since lunch. So you don't know anything about the murder that took place? Like, what? Oh, that. I, like, totally know nothing. Totally know nothing? So who was, like, you know, killed? The surgeon that requested the channeling, Dr. Gray. ... You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right? I don't know any Dr. Gray. Oh, really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier? Huh? Well, like, a long time ago? I was, like, a patient, yeah? She sounds like she's trying to hide something. Oh, she's not sus at all. They manor, winding way. There's no one here, as usual. Ah! Hey, how are you? You're Pearl, right? Silent as ever. Huh? What's that she's got in her hand? I've seen it somewhere before. Gasp. What is it? Is it my hair? Is it too spiky? Not spiky enough? Someone tell me. Okay. No, just her and her little dimension. Nope, she flips out if you try to talk to her. Hey, Manor. Channeling chamber. Police are busily running here and there, and I don't see Maya anywhere. Hey, you, don't touch anything. Look, I really need to ask you some questions. Don't look at me like I'm some sort of uncaring jerk. Tell you what, pal. I'll let you ask me a few questions, alright? Just making sure nothing is clicky at this time. About Maya. I hate to break this to you, pal, but the way things look now, that girl's the only one who could have done it. Yeah, only Maya and the victim were inside the room, after all. Was it a locked room mystery or something like that? But Maya is... You can ask more about her later, pal. Right now, I've got a job to do, and that's collecting evidence. Detective Gumshoe looks like a real professional. With his open collar and loosened tie and unshaven face and, you know, deep, serious, penetrating gaze. Gumshoe always looks confounded to be wherever he is. So, Dr. Gray was shot with a gun, huh? He was shot in the forehead. But he was also stabbed in the chest with a knife. A knife? Basically, the Vic was first stabbed, then he was shot. Yeah, Tess, he does seem simultaneously like he has a very strong presence in the room, and yet he doesn't have a commanding presence by any stretch. We'll have to see if Pearl can react to anything we do here. She's probably scared out of her wits after having a murder take place right by her. Lotta? God, don't let it be me next. Don't scare me like that. What do you mean? You're the one scaring me. If I weren't so tough, you'd have another dead body on your hands. Mine. Did you see or notice anything that stuck out at you? Nah, well, maybe one thing. What is it? Turns out my poor stomach's not good at handling this kind of thing. Huh? What? Curses and ghosts and stuff coming back to get ya? This is just too much, I say. What is too much? Being an occult photographer. That's some scary stuff. So I think I'm going to try being a celebrity photographer now. Going after photos more within your reach from now on? More glamour, less gore? What's up? Oh yeah. What is it? I took some hot pictures earlier. I'm hoping that she had that there is some nomenclature specific to photographers in regards to hot pictures here. Huh? Remember? I took some pictures. I took some pictures at the murder scene inside. Yeah, she did. 2 even. The seance murder. I sure like the ring of that. It'll be a sensational story. One would hope that those photos will be that part of it. Sorry, but my journalistic sense is burning inside me. Hate to cut and run, but I'm heading back in. Gotta beat those cops to the scoop of the century. Rah! Cackling into the distance. I don't know who's scarier, Lotta or the spirits. Why does it feel like we've been through this before? Oh, dear madam, you have such impeccable timing. Like, what's all the buzz? Yeah. All right, everyone, listen up. You too, pal. I'm going to give you all a brief update. Right now, it looks like investigation's not going to be done until real late. That is a terrible shame. I propose that everyone sleep here under the roof of the Fey Manor tonight. What a mess. I can't believe how crazy this day turned out. Maya was arrested and taken away by the police. And I don't see myself getting any sleep tonight. June 20th, 8:02 a.m., Fey Manor Meditation Room. Ugh, morning. I guess I must have nodded off at some point. I hope Maya's okay. I should hurry and get to the detention center, ASAP. Nick. Maya, what am I gonna do? I never imagined it would turn out like this. Calm down, Maya. Take deep breaths. Come to think of it, the first time I met her, it all started right here, in this detention center. Flashback. I finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. No, I did it. I killed that person. But that wasn't you. It doesn't matter. It might as well have been me. I was too weak, and I couldn't control the spirit's power, so... Or maybe not a flashback? That was a weird cut. I don't want to bring up the case quite yet, but... You don't have to be nice to me. I understand. So you're the master or something of the Crane School of Channeling? Actually, my mother is for now. But since that title is passed from mother to daughter, I guess I will be someday. But many people think that channeling isn't real, that it's all just an act. You believe in us, don't you? Yeah, because I've seen it with my own eyes. When Maya's channeling a spirit, not only her voice, but her whole physical appearance changes. It's a supernatural phenomenon that occurs every time. It happened this time, too. Dr. Gray said he wanted to call the nurse, so... Maya's body must have taken on that nurse's appearance. What exactly happened in the channeling chamber? I went into that room with Dr. Gray, locked the door, and sat down across from him. Okay. We closed our eyes, and I began the channeling. This is sounding kinda creepy, like the beginning of a scary story. And that's the last thing I remember. What? After a spirit comes into my body, I lose myself, my consciousness. Then, you don't remember a single thing? When I came to, I was being held in my aunt's arms. And there was blood all over my clothes. Oh, but I do remember having a dream. A dream? What kind of dream did you have while you were channeling? I can't remember it all that well, but... I was dead, and buried in the ground. I couldn't move, and it was unbearable, really suffocating. Being buried alive has that feel. I presume. It went something like that. I see. I have no idea what to say to that. There was a really familiar smell, too. Under the ground? Yeah, I can't quite place it, but I know I've smelled that same scent before. I guess this is about all the information I'm going to gather for today. I'll be back later, Maya. In the meantime, please make sure you prepare it, okay? Huh? It? What is it? The document requesting me to be your attorney, of course. But... what's wrong? Are you sure? I mean, I'm guilty. I'm a murderer. No one's decided that yet. But I did. I killed that person. With these two hands. That's enough, Maya. It's hopeless. If you defend me, you'll lose, I'm sure. Stop it. Help me. Nick, help me. I'm scared. Don't worry, I will. When is the trial? It sounds like tomorrow. Boy, they move quick. As usual, zero prep time. Alright, I'm going now. Wait. This jewel. This is called a Magatama. It's a magical charm and it's always protected me. Give this to Pearly, and I'm sure she'll lend you her spiritual powers. Deep, profound aura. Rain Village. Save Maya, no matter what. It's her life on the line. What in the world happened in that room yesterday? Check our law offices just in case. Ooh, feels like I've been gone forever. It's only been one day. Oh, that's right. There's that newspaper Dr. Gray brought the other day. Ah, here it is, right on top of my desk. This is the only thing he left behind that's going to be of any help. Newspaper clipping 1 has been added to the court record. 1 year ago, May 2nd, 14 patients died from malpractice at Gray Surgical Clinic. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. It's a memento of my boss, Mia, who passed away. The rest of the room may be in shambles, but I always manage to care for this little fellow. I mean, one would hope there are other newspaper clippings if they felt the need to enumerate one. Poster of the Steel Samurai. Maya stuck it up here right before she left. I wouldn't say that the Steel Samurai and an attorney's office are a good match, but Maya threatened to curse me with some magic spell, so I guess it can stay. It's my desk. I keep it neat for those rare occasions when I actually have a client in the office. Gotta keep up the deception. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. Actually, I've neglected them for so long, a layer of dust has started to form. One of these days, I should try to build up the courage to read one, I guess. Wow. He's the bestest lawyer. Giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. Until recently, it had been a normal business-class hotel. And then... I mean, even during the actual trials, you really get the vibe that Phoenix is largely flying by the seat of his pants. Meditation room nurtures all mediums, young and old. Even mediums in training, I'd wager, but it's pretty deserted today. Probably because of the murder yesterday. Might be because of the murder. Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. I should take this chance and thoroughly check the room. If I'm lucky, I might uncover a clue or two. Oh, Mr. Wright. Good morning. I'm on my way to go meet Mystic Maya. And I thought to bring her some items to make her feel more at home in prison. Namely, tea so bitter you lose your tongue and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. I'm sure Maya will be very grateful. That's Mystic Maya, good sir. She's one scary lady. Oh dear, sweet Mystic Maya. Pearl wept constantly for you last night, as did I. I know it's important for me to search the site, but I should ask her some questions too while I have the chance. I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. Do you mean that awful tragedy? That man murdered me. So I killed him. Maya? Step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. Happened here in this room after I left. Well, first I struck Mystic Maya on the head. To make her go unconscious, correct? That is correct. No, I just don't like her. Sounds like a pretty solid theory, Lunar, that the ant is trying to set up Pearl as a family heir, or as the family head, so that she can rule from the shadows. Next, I performed the spirit severing technique. Spirit severing technique? The spirit of that nurse was inside of Mystic Maya's body. I used the technique to send the nurse's spirit back to the other world. I wonder if this kind of testimony is even admissible in a court of law. By the way, what is this room exactly? The channeling chamber. This room was created for the sole purpose of preventing such a tragedy as yesterday. What do you mean? Sometimes, when an inexperienced medium calls an especially strong spirit, that spirit may become violent and revolt, as you witnessed yesterday. Revolt? But how? When a spirit enters a medium's body, she loses her will and herself steps aside. To put it another way, the spirit is borrowing the medium's body, good sir. But isn't that extremely dangerous? An experienced medium has little problem controlling a spirit. But Mystic Maya, that was her first channeling. And that is why I insisted on locking the door. However, I never thought that would be calling danger upon the client himself. I'm grateful that one of our heirlooms was not damaged in this horrible incident. And that would be that folding screen there. It is the Crane's sacred writings. Along with the Crane's sacred urn, they are this village's most treasured possessions. If I ever found out that something had happened to either one... Oh, the humanity. Odd for her to be worrying about the folding screen at a time like this. I guess this isn't just some dilapidated old screen after all. So, how is Pearl today? Mr. Wright. Yes? In this world, Pearl is my most treasured possession. When compared to even Mystic Maya, Pearl has the spiritual power to become a master. Sherbet's all over the place today. That's very impressive. Until now, the women of the Branch family have thought themselves to be inferior. But Pearl is different. Her spiritual strength is so great, it's even greater than some of the main family. Yes, Pearl is a channeling prodigy, and is the pride of the Branch family. Wow, she's really fired up now. In any case, our world is so different from yours. Perhaps it is best that you two quit, good sir. Quit? Quit what? It's a beautiful and expensive folding screen. It also looks quite old. Seems to be some sort of sacred writing, text written on it, but I can't read it. It's a hole. Could this have been made by a bullet? About 8 inches off the ground, this is a small hole that looks like a bullet hole. Well then, I do believe it is time for me to take my leave. Alright, please tell Maya I said hi. What was that? Mystic Maya. Sherbet snuggling up with Sky again. Guess this is an altar. Whatever it is, it feels very important. Here, a mirror-like object with a cloudy reflective surface and some branches of a sacred tree have been set in a predetermined arrangement. Yes, they're used during the channeling. Some empty space behind the folding screen. The light of the candles can't reach back there, so it's completely dark. I hope no one is hiding back there. It's where the medium sits, I assume. There are 4 panels of this flooring. The straw on the flooring feels a little damp, probably from the humidity in the air. It's gotta be unbearably stuffy in there. This is where the medium sits, blah blah. The meditation room is on the other side of this very heavy-looking door. The lock on it is broken, because, well, I broke it. It doesn't seem possible, but I managed to break it pretty badly. When we want to do something bad enough, people can do the most amazing things. You just gotta stuff parts of the walls with old tax forms. I'm sorry, not old tax forms. It was old, like, ledgers and bills of sale. The tax forms they actually kept. She's at school. Pearl is not present. Oh, there's a big old basket here now. Oh, hey. Like, you're the guy from yesterday? The, dentist guy? No, I'm a lawyer. That's right. Mr. Smith, Esquire? That's right. Wait, I mean, you're wrong. My name is Wright. Smith, Wright. Well, I got, like, 3 letters, at least? I don't think she gets the point. Anyway, why are you here? So, like, I study this thing called parapsychology at this college, and, you told me about that yesterday. The sesame allergy, too. What I'd really like to know is why you're still here. I'm sorry, what I'd really like to know is why you're still here today. Oh, so like, that's what you meant. That's what you meant? Like, you should have been more, like, clear about it? Sorry, my bad. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Like, it's really... That's it? Why'd you stop mid-sentence? Did I? So, like, what was I talking about again? If Lotta ever wanted another genuine, mysterious phenomenon, it's right here. Now where did this box come from? Sure, it wasn't here last night. Looks like a box for storing clothes, but it's pretty big for just clothing. It's mostly empty, but a few folded pieces of channeling costumes sit at the bottom. You left the blanket a mess. Are you gonna fold it? Like, I had a really good nap, and like... She definitely does have that, if she does too many things at once, she'll asphyxiate herself. Kind of forget to breathe vibe. I was thinking of leaving it like this, so, like, it's all set for tonight. That brain stem's working overtime, Lunar. It's a decorative wooden bear sculpture. There's a plate attached to the base. This is a souvenir. Isn't it cute? I, totally bought that? Ah, so it's yours, huh? Yeah, so, this village is really famous for, channeling and bears? Wait, famous for bears? But it's, okay? If you ever, see a bear and you just play dead and they, leave you alone? Is that right? Yeah, because, fighting back is totally of no use? Has she ever actually tried to fight one? This is the first time I've seen a sliding door like this in person. From here I can see the winding way and the little garden in the courtyard. So, why are you still here today? There's so much for me to study here? Like what? Like, the medium's training? Or how they inherit their spiritual power? I suppose this village is the real thing, after all. So, I asked if I could stay here for, a little longer. She sure seems like the carefree type, at least, on the surface. Have you heard about the murder? It's, totally scary, she says with a silly smile plastered on her face. So, do you know anything about it that might help? Somehow I don't think she has a grip on reality, let alone what's going on here. Off in her own little dimension. About the victim, Dr. Gray. I don't know who you're talking about. Wait, I think you asked about him, yesterday, too? That's right, her reaction yesterday when I asked was... You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right? I don't know any Dr. Gray. Really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier? Huh? Well, a long, long time ago, I was, a patient, yeah? Okay, she's definitely hiding something from me. Is something wrong? Back in the winding way. Ah, you surprised me. And how are you today? She isn't open to friendly chatting. Still holding something in her hand. Looks like the same thing she had yesterday. Yeah, we're gonna try the Magatama here. Oh yeah, Maya said to give this to you. Ah, I'm in trouble now. If Morgan sees us like this, I'll be the next one they're channeling. I don't know, Lunar. A soap opera twist would probably fit the vibe of a game like this. That's Mystic Maya's... Huh? He actually spoke. Who are you? I'm Phoenix Wright. I worked with Maya. You worked with Mystic Maya? You're Mr. Nick, right? Excuse me? I bet I know who she picked Nick up from. I know who you are. I know who you are. You're Mystic Maya's special someone. What? So then, of course, you're going to help Mystic Maya, aren't you? That's what you're going to do, right? Well, yeah, I will. Oh wow, it's like a beautiful fairy tale. That earnest look shining brightly in your eyes. It must be true love. The horrible slashing sounds. What? Why am I being boiled into a bright red lobster by this little kid? I'm so jealous of Mystic Maya. Ah, what a wonderful relationship. Wait, I mean, we aren't... Things aren't like... I can tell you're a good person. Alright, Mr. Nick. I may be small, but I'm going to help you in any way I can. Are you interested in Crane's traditional things too, Mr. Nick? The Crane's sacred writings are on this folding screen. Oh, is that what's written on it? Actually, what caught my eye was this hole in it. It's a very old screen, so I think that maybe bugs made it by eating through it. Sure doesn't look like that. Doesn't look that way to me. So that is Mystic Maya's Magatama. It's one of the most important heirlooms of Crane Village. Please make sure to take good care of it. Yeah, I will. Is it really okay for me to have such a priceless object? Pearl, are you friends with Maya? I feel very grateful to be friends with her. She's so great. I want to be like Mystic Maya when I grow up. I really look up to her. I had no idea Maya was so revered. Usually when people don't use Mystic Maya's title, I get mad. Oh, sorry. But if it's you, Mr. Nick, then it's okay. because you're special to her. Where in the world did she get an idea like that? By the way, this may be rude, but which channeling school are you from? Which channeling school? Yes, for example, I studied the Crane technique. Ah, I get it. No. I'm a lawyer. A lawyer. Lawyer? Yep. Is that related to spirit mediums in any way? None that I know of. Wait, are you telling me you don't know what a lawyer is? I'm sorry, but I have no idea. Maya did say Pearl doesn't know much about the outside world. So, what's that thing you've got there, Pearl? Oh, this? I found it yesterday. If you want it, I can give it to you. Gimme. Alright, well, if you really want to give it to me. You look like a child at the toy store, Mr. Nick. Not only speaks in a refined manner, but laughs in one, too. Mr. Nick? Yes, Pearls? I can call you that, right? You're too cute to just call you Pearl. Sure, Mr. Nick, are you sure it's okay for me to have this Magatama? Yeah, it's okay. I was told to give it to you. But I can't accept something like this. All I really should do is charge this Magatama with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Please take this. I'm sure it will be helpful. What do you mean? It will let you see people's secrets. See people's secrets? Yes. If it's alright with you, I would like to accompany you for a little while. I can explain that Magatama's power to you when we meet someone hiding a secret. Well, let's test that out. Hello again. We seem to be seeing a lot of each other today. Aw, she's like totally cute? Is she like your daughter? What? No. How old do you think I am? I want to ask you about the victim, Dr. Gray. I like totally don't know him? Nah, what is that? You can see it, can't you, Mr. Nick? You can see the lock on that person's heart. Huh, what? This is the power of the Magatama. Only you can see these psych locks, Mr. Nick. Psych locks, huh? The more someone wants to hide their secrets, the more locks you'll see. If it's only one, I think you can easily unlock it. Lock, huh? But how? Please use Mystic Maya's Magatama on this person. Let's remove the lock. I have no idea what she's talking about, but guess I'll give it a try. You must be careful, though, Mr. Nick. If you make a mistake, it will hurt you. Just save. It's been a bit too long since we did that anyway. Yeah, we've spiraled into another path, haven't we, Tass? If you don't think you have the proof you need, you must have the courage to stop. Let's give it a try. Alright, so we actually have to use it. It's presenting it as if I chucked it at her or something. Eeny meeny, I believe you do know who Dr. Gray is. I told you, like, how many times do I, like, have to repeat myself? If you're, like, so totally sure, then where's, like, your proof? While it may be possible that you never actually met Dr. Gray in person, I do believe you might have at least indirectly known of him. Like, what do you mean, like, indirectly? I should try to show that the possibility exists for now. So something that shows a possible connection between E and Dr. Gray. Newspaper? Here is your proof. No, wasn't the newspaper. We're gonna move along first here. Investigate some more. Hey, it's you, pal. So you're going to be your lawyer, I bet? Yes. Oh. I feel really bad for you, pal. Just this once, I wish I could be on your side. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, but I shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff to you. Hey, you're a cute kid. Huh, I'm not scary, honest. Oh, I never knew Gumshoe liked kids. Hey, I know. I'll show you something cool. How's this? It's a real genuine pistol. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing showing her something that dangerous? Oh, sorry. What about Maya and the charges against her? I don't think you can win, pal. If you're talking about proof, we've got a few pieces. You've got proof? Yeah, pal. That puffy-haired photographer is going to testify tomorrow. Must be talking about Lotta, actually. Lotta. Actually, speaking of Lotta, I took some hot pictures earlier. Huh? Remember? I took some pictures at the murder scene inside. Lotta's hot pictures. Wonder what her camera captured. Besides, you must have realized by now, pal. There's no way anyone other than Maya Fey could have done it. What am I supposed to say to Pearls now? About Dr. Gray. The victim wasn't super famous, but people still knew who he was. His face was all over those tabloid shows last year. Yeah, I know. I was looking for some newspapers from last year and... Huh? I could have sworn I cut an article out, but I guess I must have lost it. He's searching through his pockets, and boy are those big. It looked really interesting, too. Hey, do you have a copy, pal? Copy of that article? I think Dr. Ray might have brought a copy to the office when he came by. Dr. Gray brought this over to my office the other day, and... Hey, it's that news story. The one about the malpractice suit. 14 patients died, and it caused a huge stink. Yeah, but that's not all, pal. Things only got worse after that. You mean the car accident the nurse died in? Oh, here we go. I brought my own clipping with me today. Here, pal, this is for you. Alright, thanks. Me. Me. Nurse at Gray Surgical Clinic died after falling asleep at the wheel. Eeny, meeny, and me. Which, that should be the proof we need. About Maya's trial tomorrow. That's what it looks like, Lunar. Meeny. Got two pieces of news for you, pal. Two? Yeah, bad news and even worse news. So which do you want to hear first? I don't really care. It doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to like it. Alright, pal. Well, the prosecutor for this trial is Prosecutor Von Karma. What? Von Karma? Oh, wow. Manfred Von Karma was an awe-inspiring veteran prosecutor. He never lost a case in the 40 years of his career, and he raised a fearsome disciple. The horrible aftertaste of the evil he force-fed me is something I'll never forget. Wait a sec. But didn't Von Karma stand trial, and that's where the other piece of bad news comes in. The Von Karma you're facing tomorrow is actually his successor. Successor? So, who is this successor to Von Karma? Literally, pal, it's Prosecutor Von Karma's kid. His kid became a prosecutor real young, like 13, and hasn't lost a trial since. That's what they call a prodigy, pal. Kid, huh? Wait a second. 13? The kid became a prosecutor at the age of 13? I mean, a prodigy like that, I would have heard something about. Oh, no. The kid was born and raised in Germany, pal. That country's got a lot of stuff, and it's... That country's got a lot of stuff. Oh, gumshoe. It is a great place to develop a person's talents. Germany, huh? That's probably why I've never heard of this person. Still, all it takes is someone mentioning the name Von Karma. I get terrible flashbacks to that case. Stop it. Get a grip on yourself, Phoenix. None of that matters anymore, now that he's gone. We are on the second one with Crane Village and Maya being accused of murder. Welcome back, Flexi. Oh, I'd better shut my mouth. What? Not going to give you any information about evidence, pal. Oh. Save. Or I burn up more of my health. Alright, let's check the Magatama at her again. Smack! If you look at it a different way, it seems like I'm using a mystic stone to ensnare her. Okay, you're like, so total. If you're like so totally sure, then where's like your proof? Possibly you never met. I do believe you at least indirectly know him. What do I mean by indirectly? So I should be able to present this clipping and say that a relative of hers is the one that died. Take a look at this newspaper clipping. Like, what is it? A story about an accident? Please read the victim's name. Mimi Meanie? It is really hard to say her name out loud. Maybe it's Mimi Miney. But I feel like it needs to be Meanie because, you know, eeny meeny. Meanie is a pretty rare last name, wouldn't you say? Miss Mimi Meanie wouldn't happen to be a relative of yours, would she? Yeah, maybe it's Miney. Be potentially easier to pronounce. So you noticed? She was my older sister? I'm sorry about your loss. Your sister, was she a nurse, perhaps at Dr. Gray's surgical clinic? Gray's surgical clinic. I don't think I need to tell you that the clinic was run by the victim, Dr. Turner Gray. Which is how you knew of Dr. Gray. You knew him through your sister. Ah, good. We got our health back. I can screw up more times now. Please, tell me all you know about Dr. Gray. Oof. She's very, stark looking compared to her sibling. My sister's name was Mimi Mimi Miney. She was like a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic. That's what I thought. I heard that, like, Dr. Gray was really tough on people. Like, a total slave driver. My sis was, like, always coming home totally wiped out because she was overworked. Wiped out? So is that why she fell asleep at the wheel? That guy, like, drove my sis so hard, so, like, that's why the accident happened? The one where 14 patients died from malpractice? Yeah, like, I thought that was the doctor's fault, too. My sis was pushed by, like, everyone's expectations and, like, her duties and stuff. And that pushed her to her death? Oh, I'm sorry. So, like, are we done? I've, like, already told you my story? I've already told my story to, like, everyone? Do you understand now, Mr. Nick? This is how a cyclops works. Well, I don't plan to pry into people's hearts unless I absolutely need to. The lock this time was pretty easy, but you might meet people who aren't as willing to give in later on. If you don't have enough proof, be careful and know when to stop trying. Save. I'm told I can do a couple of voices pretty well. Tass and a couple friends that I've played Final Fantasy XIV with say I do a pretty good Urianger variation. Hydrate a bit. Throat's all dried out. Mr. Nick. What's wrong? I've never left Kurain Village. Really? Wow, that's, pretty amazing. We're going to meet with Mystic Maya, aren't you? Please tell her I said hi. Hey, wait! She ran off, again. I know Enie's secret now, but I kind of have the impression when she goes off that there should be that little, like, flailing figure behind a dust cloud entering the distance. I still don't have any idea how I'm going to save Maya. I don't even know if I should go in there with a smile or a straight face. To the detention center. What am I supposed to do? I'm almost out of time. Can I really do anything? Can I really save her? Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? Must be Maya. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Phoenix? That voice. Mia. Even without me being here, it looks like you've learned to stand on your own. Mia, she's Maya's older sister, and my mentor. She was a top-notch defense lawyer, but a certain case forced her into retirement. But whenever I'm in trouble, she comes to help, just like this. Her spirit comes back from the other world and borrows Maya's body for a bit. I like how a particular part of Maya's transformation into Mia is bust size and how much cleavage she shows. But a big part of her transformations is like the part on her hair. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets, and especially when it's bad. Especially in front of a press conference where a lot of people are asking you uncomfortable questions and it's really hot and the hair dye you're using isn't very good in high temperatures. Yeah. You can't smile at the end if you haven't been smiling the whole way there. In any case, the face you're making now is no face to show a client, Phoenix. But, so tell me all about it. I'm going to guess that my sister is in a lot of trouble again. I told her everything about what had happened in the last 2 days. Mia closed her eyes, deep in thought, while she listened. Determined face. I see. Mia, what am I supposed to do? It's pretty clear what a good lawyer does in this situation. And that is? Tell me, please. Because I'm not a good lawyer, oh my god. Looks like one of our cat cams went down. Yeah, that one tends to get a little flaky. Hey, let me give it a poke. That's camera 1. That is very strange. Camera 1 is feeding. This is important. Let me give it a little kick, folks. Much better. So again, this is very important. Believe in your convictions. And fight for the complete acquittal of your client. You think Maya is not guilty? How can you be so sure? I know she is, and I'll give you a hint as to why. Yes? Mediums can't have dreams. They can't? From what you told me, it sounds like Maya was having a dream while channeling. Yeah, she said she dreamt that she had died and had been buried in the ground. But that is impossible. You've heard it from her, I'm sure. When a medium channels, her own spirit disappears. Which means that it's impossible for her to dream during that time. Then, what does this mean? I think it's safe to bet that Maya was set up. Maybe she got stuffed in that box that showed up in the side room. A setup. It's up to you to blow the lid on this case tomorrow and show how she was set up. How am I supposed to prove her innocence when I have nothing to go on? If you're looking for a clue, it's already in your hands. It is? Just as it sounds, Phoenix, you already hold the key. Really? Come on, show me the key. The key to this case. Alright, I'll show it to her, the key I hold. How about a key? Yeah, have you seen this key before? Ah, the key. It's literally the key to understanding everything that's happened in this case. This key. Phoenix, listen. Right now, that key is sitting in your hand. However, it shouldn't be. It contradicts the facts. What does she mean? I'm certain this key will be the piece of evidence that makes your case tomorrow. Because if I recall, Maya was the one that went into the room and locked the door. So Pearl should not have had such a key. But, how can I win tomorrow without knowing who the real murderer is? Who could have... I didn't know at the time, but this day was going to end with a turn for the surprising. Oh dear. That'd be a lot of locks. What's wrong? That's right, only I can see the Cyclops. Which means Mia must know something about the real murderer. But for this to be something that she would hide under lock and key from even me, what in the world is going on? Dun, dun, dun. Saving. June 21st, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. What? Prosecutor Von Karma? You mean... No, I heard it's his successor this time. Successor? Manfred Von Karma was a really sinister man. He pulled all sorts of nasty tricks, all so he could win. He was a man obsessed with the word perfection. He had a perfect record for 40 long years. Who knows what sorts of dirty tricks he used to get each of those guilty verdicts. And now, his successor, wonder what kind of person they'll turn out to be. It's one of those games that is pretty intense social commentary. It's no good. Mystic Maya. Pearly. You showed up. Thanks for coming all this way. I was really worried about you. Hey, where's your mother? Didn't you two come together? Mother is watching over the trainees. She said they have training for 2 days straight with no breaks. Huh? Then you came all by yourself? Yep. I snuck out of the manor and followed a map. Don't tell me you walked all the way here. Of course not. I ran. Remember, it's a 2-hour train ride. Which, again, reinforces the fact to me that every time she has, like, gasped and run off, is that there really should have been that anime blurring motion with dust cloud kicking up behind her. I can't. Oh my. If it takes 2 hours by train. Oh man. Hurley, what about the train? Huh? What's a tray-in? I give up. It's time, isn't it? I'm really scared. What if Von Karma tries to do something to me? At least I know Mr. Edgeworth would be nicer to me than Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Who is that? He's Nick's rival. Well, he's also a friend. I still remember him as though I had seen him only yesterday. Every trial was a scorchingly fierce battle until the very end. It was always back and forth with them. But when you're rivals for life... Maya, please don't mention that name ever again. Huh? But why, Nick? I'm sorry, Maya. I forgot you don't know. He's gone. And he's not coming back. What? Wait a second. What's that supposed to mean? Court will commence shortly. Please proceed into the courtroom. Let's go. Now's not the time to talk about that anyway. Nick? Court is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. Are the prosecution and the defense prepared? She's got poofy shoulders. What is with this kid? Mr. Wright, are you prepared? Huh? Ah, yes, Your Honor. Why does he always seem mad at me? Mr. Phoenix Wright. You must be a little shocked because I am a woman, correct? Hold on. So she's the famed successor to Prosecutor Von Karma? I am Franziska Von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany to come to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Why do you have a whip? Revenge? Is this about her father, Manfred von Karma? If it's something of a personal nature, I'm sure you can... Oh! Yep, and she's gonna use it. I'm talking. If you interrupt again, my whip will do the speaking for me. Please speak with your mouth, like a normal person. I beg of you. Oh, this one's gonna be good. Make no mistake, I will defeat you. Prepare to go down, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Prosecutor Von Karma, your opening statement, please. Notice how he's just not mentioning the fact that he was just assaulted and she attacked the defense as well. He doesn't want to invoke her ire further. Not surprising, Tass, not surprising. Somewhere in the vicinity of your type, I expect. Those of Von Karma blood have only one fate, and that is perfection. The defendant, Maya Fey, will find no escape from her guilt on my watch. Very well. What is the defense's position? Your Honor, does the defense wish to enter a plea of not guilty? Yes. Pause. Yes. Foolish fool who foolishly dreams of foolish dreams. 10 minutes. I give the defense 10 minutes before it changes its plea. That's right. I'll have you running for the justified self-defense plea in no time. Justified self-defense. A plea usually reserved for when a person unintentionally kills in defense of themselves. You could very easily make a solid case that it was self-defense, but the defense stands by the plea of not guilty, Your Honor. Because to plead justified self-defense is to say you did kill someone. How foolish. If that's how you want to play it, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I shall now call the first witness. She's just as scary as her father. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. It's amusing that it looks like he hardly fits in that podium. Encompasses it. Witness, your name and occupation. Yes, sir. My name is Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective at the local precinct. Smack! Get to the point already. Explain to the court the details of this murder. She has no patience. I mean, that 10-minute clock is running on her prediction. Yes, sir. If everyone would please look at this map. The channeling chamber has no windows and the door was locked shut. At the time of the murder, only the victim and the defendant were in the room. What were they doing in there? They were channeling a spirit, sir. Channeling a spirit? It's quite the look of disbelief there, Your Honor. Anyway, a few minutes after the channeling started, gunshots were heard coming from inside the room, sir. A few of the witnesses broke the door down and rushed into the room. And that's where they found that the victim was already dead, correct? I believe this is one of the most open and shut cases I've ever presided over. So how was the victim killed? I was about to get to that. Stop wasting my time, then. Cause of death. The direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead, sir. The shot was fired from point-blank range. But before the victim was shot, sir, he was stabbed in the chest. The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. The murderer used the pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing. So the victim was stabbed before being shot. This is the victim's autopsy report, sir. After being stabbed in the chest, he was shot in the forehead at point-blank range. The court accepts it into evidence. Mr. Wright, you may question the witness. Okay, we're gonna get a save in here. In case things get a little more intense with Miss Whip Happy over there. Murder weapon, Detective Gumshoe. Whose pistol was it? It was the victim's. The victim? Now, why would he have a pistol? Who cares? The point that you are missing is whose fingerprints are on that pistol. If you're not already paying attention to that, then I suggest you start. Fingerprints? There were fingerprints? Along with the victims, The defendant, Maya Fays, were also on the grip, sir. Rabble, rabble, rabble. So the defendant's fingerprints were left on the murder weapon. I walked right into her hands there. Point blank, huh? So about how far away is that? It's anywhere between 12 to 20 inches away. And how do you know he was shot at point blank? Tisk, 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 Mr. Wright. I grow tired of the foolish foolery of the foolish fools of this foolish country. Foolish, 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 foolish. Excuse me? Gunpowder burn. Gunpowder burn? When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Gunpowder exploding is what makes a bullet fire, and that gets real hot, pal. And there were definitely some gunpowder burns left on the victim's forehead. Wow, never knew that. Live and learn, I guess. But before the victim was shot, sir, he was stabbed in the chest. Stabbed? And what was he stabbed with? A fruit knife. I see, and whose knife was that? It looks like it belongs to the Fays, sir. And of course, Maya Faye's fingerprints were all over it. All over it, huh? Oof, it does not look good. What will you do now, Mr. Phoenix Wright? The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. How severe was the wound? If it had been half an inch more to the right, it would have hit the victim's heart. After a stab like that, it's impossible to fight back, let alone stand. His testimony makes it sound like Maya had stabbed him with the intent to kill. The murderer used the pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing. Are you sure he was stabbed first, then shot? Yep, sure as sure can be. One look at the wounds and you'd come to the same conclusion too, pal. A fool is a fool who only will only listen to the foolish opinions of other foolish fools. A pistol shot to the forehead at point blank is certainly enough to kill instantly. Does it matter, then, which was first? Think a little more before you open that big mouth of yours, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What a pain. That's enough. We have clearly established how the victim was murdered. I brought the two murder weapons with me today. Very well. The court accepts them into evidence. Was Gray's 2 shots fired, bears Maya and Gray's fingerprints. Murder weapon, a small fruit knife, belongs to the Fays, bears Maya's fingerprints. The date and time of the death was June 19th at 3:15 p.m. Eyewitnesses claim to have heard 2 gunshots at this time. And 2 murder weapons, both with the defendant's fingerprints on them, huh? This does seem quite like an open and shut case. Naturally. This is going from bad to worse. As if the summary just now wasn't oversimplifying things to the extreme. Your Honor, feel free to slam that little gavel of yours. After all, there is no room left for doubt, is there? That is quite true, Mr. Wright. Yes? Even in the face of all this, do you still wish to plead not guilty? It's the opinion of this court that if you do not adjust your plea, you stand to lose. See, just as I promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you would change your plea in less than 10 minutes. What will you do, Mr. Wright? Will you change to justified self-defense? Because now would be the time to do so. This is your final chance. It's a huge decision. I'd better think this through all the way. I mean, thematically, if we plead justified self-defense, we would basically be confessing to murder. After the trial, Maya's life would be ruined, and she'd be labeled a murderer. can't let that happen. Your Honor. Have you reached a conclusion, Mr. Wright? The defense will not change its plea. We will accept nothing short of complete acquittal. Smack! Oh, she does not like being being made wrong. You have sealed your fate, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Detective. Yes, sir. Present the final portion of your testimony. The final strike. Now see here, proceedings are run by... Proceedings are run by the one with the weapon, sir. Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead, detective, and give your testimony. I think the court would like to hear about the other piece of incriminating evidence. Sorry, pal, but there's an even more incriminating piece of evidence. This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. As you can see, it's covered in blood. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. So this is the costume. There certainly is evidence of a back spray of blood on this. This piece directly links Maya Fey to the crime, sir. I see. Court accepts this into evidence. All right, Mr. Wright. Maya's fingerprints on both murder weapons and blood splatters on her clothes. Could this situation get any worse? Huh, what's wrong? You seem to be at a loss. I think this is the last piece of testimony the prosecution should have to offer. Feel free to sulk off with your tail between your legs, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Please stop calling me by my full name. It's disturbing. Got that angry mother vibe, you know? It kind of makes you think she doesn't know his middle initial, because otherwise she would be using it. Why didn't you say so in your testimony earlier? You're kind of scary today, you know, pal? Come now, Mr. Wright. There's no need for that kind of attitude in my court. That lady is whipping you. This is not attitude yet. Alright, just please stop glaring at me like that. This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. Maya's costume? Yeah, she was wearing this when we arrested her. She's wearing her channeling costume today, too. Is she not allowed to wear anything else? As you can see, it's covered in blood. This blood on the costume. Lab results show that it is the victim's blood. Mutter, mutter, mutter. So there's blood on the victim from the victim on the defendant's clothes. Definitely not good. So were there any other clues you could glean from this piece of evidence? Well... If you must change the topic, then the good detective here must testify again. But too bad. Not enough time. Let's move on. Yes, Miss Von Karma is perfectly correct. I don't want her to hit me again. And the judge is on her side. But if I bite off more than I can chew here, what should I do? Nope, nope, press further. Why is Miss Von Karma suddenly putting up resistance? There must be a reason as to why she suddenly threw out an objection like that. There must be something about this costume. I just have to look harder. Oh. 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, I can't see it. It's alright. Miss Von Karma's logic is perfect. There is no way for you to poke a hole in it. It's like my time is up, so about the costume. There's one little thing. I think I saw a bullet hole in the lower right side. Your Honor. Actually, there is something very wrong with this piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about, pal? Just getting that whip ready. Where is this problem you're talking about? I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Yep. Vicky. I asked the court to please take a look at the sleeve of this costume. The sleeve? There's a tiny hole here. A hole? But that wasn't in the report. Hold on. What's that around the hole? It smells faintly of gunpowder. Gunpowder? No one ever told me. Why is everybody leaving me out of my investigation? A hole that smells of gunpowder. It looks like I found the hole I was looking for. Your Honor, the only logical conclusion you can make is that it must be a bullet hole. Order. This is a very grave matter. It's best we correct the court record first before anything else. Sorry about that. I guess we messed up, sir. Ah, she's doing the same fidget that they showed Von Karma doing. See how her right arm is gripping her left sleeve? Save here. He shows up a lot in these investigations, but after a while you'd have to wonder why. Is she actually smiling? What else is she hiding? Pull yourself together, detective. That tiny hole doesn't change a thing. The strength of the evidence still holds. Continue with your testimony. That, just now, was a fluke. Nothing more. I think it's more to the extent of, given the way he testifies and how much he knows, they should probably just bring the forensic boys in instead of him. You know, Mr. I don't know what a microscope is. How can you say something like that? This is a huge oversight. I agree, it is a mistake on the part of the police. What Prosecutor Von Karma said is true. The evidence still stands. If you do not find a more definitive problem with the evidence, then... No way. Detective Gumshoe, please continue with your testimony. Yes, sir. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. He wasn't fighting back? How do you know he was or wasn't? You could find no evidence that the victim put up any sort of struggle, pal. So did the murderer have a fight with the victim or not? depending on this, the circumstances around this murder change drastically. We're in real trouble now. If only I had something to prove that the victim did fight back. Von Karma, she thinks she can decide the verdict with this testimony alone. I'll find a critical contradiction somehow, and then I'll have her. The bullet hole in the outfit should be a contradiction to that. It's covered in blood. Okay. Just gonna give ourselves the option to save scum should it become needed. So much evidence. Table slam. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes? Having you call me by my full name is kind of a weird feeling. You said that my client killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. Yeah, I did. Then what, may I ask, is the bullet hole you police overlooked supposed to mean? What does it mean? I'll tell you what it means. It means that the victim had fired off a shot. Is this what it means to not fight back? Ah, you're right. It seems you are correct. If the victim had tried to shoot the defendant, then it would change everything. Alright, the wind seems to be shifting. Ha! With that "are you finished yet" laugh. Are you finished yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Miss Von Karma? It seems that Maya Fey was shot at by the victim. However, that is only grounds enough to support a justified self-defense plea. That is correct. But I'm sure you remember, Your Honor, what the defense clearly said. They rejected justified self-defense and pleaded not guilty. Ah. Now that you... Why, that's right. Smack. Which means the defense has yet to prove anything at all. No. Well, yes, that's true. Furthermore, just the fact that there is a bullet hole in the costume is not enough to substantiate even a plea of justified self-defense. Huh? How so? Smack! Don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell the court what transpired today. Yeah, she's in charge. 100% in charge of this scenario. With the new information we acquired added in, of course. Huh? You mean by myself? You want me to put together the scenario all by myself? Do as you're told, peon. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. During the channeling, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim in the chest. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back, sir. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun, and ended it. This scenario you have put together does make sense. Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Wright? On the surface, it does seem to make sense. However, I won't give up that easily. Please refrain from glaring at me like that. Now then, your cross-examination, please. We're gonna do this a lot. John Cam. There's quite a difference in height between Dr. Gray and the defendant. Add in body strength, and it seems unlikely the defendant would have stabbed the victim. Now that you mention it, yeah, I guess... You think you can get away with such flimsy reasoning, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Maya Fey was in the middle of channeling, was she not? When channeling with the Crane channeling technique, the medium physically changes. With the nurse's build, the defendant could have easily been a match for the doctor. I don't believe it. She even studied up on the Crane channeling technique. Like I said before, I am perfect. About what you were talking about? I didn't quite get it. Hello, Sammy. Hello. Never mind. Let's continue with the testimony. Please don't whip me again. Hello, Sammy. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back, sir. So he was stabbed, but the stab wound didn't kill him. But if you think about the blood loss, he was probably hurt pretty bad. How badly hurt would you say he was? Actually, I went to give blood the other day, and afterward I felt a little lightheaded and dizzy. I guess the damage was maybe about 10 times the dizziness. Smack! Sorry. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun. Where in the world did the pistol come from? It looks like the victim, Dr. Gray, had specifically bought it for that day. But a handgun? He got it off the black market about 2 days before the murder. Why did Dr. Gray bring a gun? He was taking precautions against something. To some extent, they're trying to convey the fact that that gun was uncommon. It's a lot harder to get a firearm over there, and even police have to really, really justify even drawing a gun. He's taking precautions against something. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. So you're saying that the bullet hole in this costume was made then? Sorry, pal, but yeah, that's what I think. The two of them were already fighting when the shot was fired. I'm really glad you weren't hurt. Maya's never fired a gun before in her life. The victim had already taken off the safety. With the safety off, even an amateur like you could fire it just by pulling the trigger. Even me, I wonder. Now do you understand? Avant Karma's logic is perfect. His testimony certainly makes us look very bad. But there's gotta be a contradiction in there somewhere. And uncovering it is going to uncover the truth. I can feel it. Alright, let's take a look at our stuff. So it would have been 8 inches off the ground back here, back by the screen, the wiggly line. And they showed the channeler, Maya, would have been in the middle of the center line about here, and the victim on the other side, opposite. For a bullet to go down there, you'd expect a shallow downward angle But I don't... Camera 1's being all wonky. Let's see if there's another one that will behave better. Dynamic cam. This guy messes with camera 1 enough that it's a little flakier than the others. It is one of the ones that I want to reposition higher up. You get kind of a downward look at that area on the desk so you can see more kitties if they're laying there. Look at his face here. Yeah, it's supposed to be that the claim is that Maya rushed forward and stabbed him. Then, after having been stabbed, he pulls his gun. And then fires at her. He misses because they're too close. And then she takes the gun from him and shoots him in the head. She got shot, it was shot through the sleeve. Is this the time to do it? It's either here from a presentation perspective. It looks like they're trying to say that he's less certain of this, like he's thinking about this part. come from... Now, if she was sitting and the bullet was fired, that would put the first shot before any sort of self-defense, like any sort of attack happened. But this really seems like the... Yeah. Okay, let's... Once again. In case we botch this so bad and we need a fallback point. Okay, that's not the spot. Let's try it here. We can always drop back and recover these points. Nope. Alright, this will also give us an opportunity to see how this will function. Yep, okay, good. Because this statement is kind of at odds with this one. The idea that it's like she took the gun and fired and finished him off, but, you know, like, he would miss at that range too, you know? I guess the implication being, like, he's injured. I've already heard this part. It feels like if the screen were going to come into play, that it would be here. That they were too close, so it would it would have to be an awkward angle down to go through her sleeve to 8 inches off the floor. We've definitely got the piece that we need. We need to figure out which statement to use it and which one it is. Nothing more detailed. You only get what's on it unless you get a press enter. I mean, his first statement about being stabbed was that he would have been so very dizzy. He's saying they were already fighting when a shot was fired. Let's try. Well, this is a solid one. It was the coat. Missing the tiny hole on this costume will be the prosecution's undoing. Eh? What do you mean? So the hole is actually creating a huge hole in your testimony. Yes, please explain yourself, because I don't get it either. Walk us through it. Two of them were fighting when the victim fired his gun at point blank. So this does make sense. It's, if the shot is at point blank and it goes through her sleeve, then, I mean, if it was like arms defensively, then it would have been like straight into her still. But this kind of implies that her arms were out to the side or similar. If that were true, then where is the gunpowder burn on the... Oh! There you go. Yeah, you're right, Tess. It's a hole, but there aren't gunpowder burns on it to imply it was within 20 inches. Gunpowder burn? This is what you testified earlier. When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Nice! There is not a single trace of gunpowder burn on this costume. One thing I like about this over your standard adventure games is you don't have that huge leap. It sometimes feels like you should be able to make a leap that it won't let you, but it's not an unreasonable leap that they're asking you to make. Like, the dots that you're connecting are fine. It's just sometimes you can't connect a particular dot when it feels like you should. And what exactly does this mean? It means that when the shot was fired, they were standing apart from each other. I'm disappointed, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You think you can punch a hole in my logic with that? With wishy-washy thinking like that, anyone can explain anything away. Then I implore you to disprove my line of thinking. Let's see. In the middle of their fight, the victim pushed the defendant away. It was then, when they were separated, that he fired. How was that? Yep, that's right, Tass. It's, you don't feel like you didn't realize that you could use the toaster on the cat and get a result, you know? It's more, oh, I didn't realize that I could make that claim right there. But that makes sense now that it's been explained. As if that was even possible. According to the testimony, the wound from the stabbing was very severe. The victim would not have had the strength to push the defendant very far after that. Well then, that's right, the defendant must have pushed the victim away. After stabbing him, she must have put some space between the doctor and herself. And then, while she was preparing to strike again, the doctor took his shot. That's right, Tass. It's, with a point and click, you can often find yourself in a situation where you're just saying, whatever, and you just start taking everything out of your bag and rubbing it up against everything else you can find. There, that should satisfy even you. And that does make an awful lot of sense. What do you think, Mr. Wright? I must be careful. I can't afford to make a mistake here. Save. Concentrate and think. Exactly, Lunar. Fatal? Flaw? Whip? Very interesting. I would love to see where this flaw is, or you shall be whipped. Show me something that contradicts my explanation. There has to be a snag in her explanation somewhere. She put some distance between them before rushing to make the final blow. When she was about to strike, the doctor took his shot. I think this might be where the folding screen comes in. I mean, clearly the judge doesn't mind. He hasn't told her to stop yet. I'm guessing the folding screen this time. Because if she shoved a weakened person away, it's just as likely he would have fallen down. If he took his shot from after falling down, it would have gone up, as opposed to into the screen. This is the piece of evidence that folding screen. I'd like to point to the court's attention to the hole in this folding screen. Ah! It looks like you already know what I'm talking about. Who? Where? What? Mr. Wright, your explanation, please. These two really that clueless? The bullet went through the defendant's sleeve first, then the folding screen. It passed through at a height of approximately 8 inches off the ground, which means... when the shot was fired, Maya, I mean the defendant, was not getting ready to strike, but was actually squatting low to the ground. Order! This changes everything. Please look at this diagram of the crime scene. The victim, Dr. Gray, was here when he fired the shot, and the bullet hit this folding screen. It hit at this location about 8 inches off the ground. At this time, the defendant was in this area. Somewhere around here. Uh-oh, Judge's face is scrunched up like he smelled something serious. Just smelled some serious bad breath. That is, I mean... forgot to brush this morning. Excuse me while I freshen up. Sure. In the meantime, I want you to think things through again, Mr. Wright. Of course. What's done is done. For now, I should focus on where Maya was at the time of the crime. She'd have to be about here. Click too high. Okay, I thought I had that. The bullet hole went through here. Because this is where she started, up in this middle region here. And it doesn't like here, and it doesn't like here. So it doesn't like a straight shot in between the two, and it doesn't like her in her original position. I mean, she could have been over here if the shot went right along the ground. Near the folding screen. Yep, there you go, Tess. Wait a second. You know, the defendant was close to the ground based on the height of the bullet hole. But how can you gauge the distance from that? Isn't it possible that the defendant was standing much closer to the victim? That's impossible. But why? You of all people should know the answer to that question, Miss Von Karma. If she were shot from somewhere closer, there would be gunpowder burns present. However, there is nothing of the sort around the bullet hole in this costume. Curse you, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you... I believe it has now been proven that the defendant was standing a ways from the victim when she was shot at. But do you think this has changed the defendant's situation? Of course it changes everything. Honestly, Your Honor, this changes everything. The prosecution has claimed that the defendant was aiming to kill by stabbing. If that were true, delivering the final strike with the knife would be ideal. However, where and what was the defendant doing at the time? Squatting all the way by the folding screen? Exactly. If Maya Fey was the real murderer, why would she be by the folding screen instead of preparing to strike? On further consideration, it does make very little sense. Yeah, I figured there had to be a reason. Figuring things out and proving the logic behind everything is your job. Oof. I am very bad at my job. Alright, with this, the rest of the trial should be in the... blast radius of disaster. You are such a smart man, Mr. Phoenix Wright. To think that you have been able to take a completely hopeless case to this point. Now I know why Papa had a tough time with you. You amuse me. Of all the things to inherit, why did it have to be that smarmy smile? Hey, he's a detective, Lunar. He should know better. Detective. How dare you damage my perfect logic? Huh? How is it all my fault? You can start repairing your standing by first removing that 3-strand goatee. Oh, and rest assured your punishment will come later. Okay, so she claimed he's going to get punishment later. That doesn't look like an unhappy face he's making. Well then, Your Honor, I think I've had all that I can take of this detective's face. I think it's time to call in the next witness. Next witness? That's got to be Lotta. Very well. The court will now take a 5-minute recess. After we reconvene, we'll hear from the next witness. To be continued. And this is an excellent opportunity for it to actually be fully to be continued for us. Because we have run extra long today. Pretty hot if you ignore all of that. You just pointed to all of me. Yeah, I know. Work on that. Alrighty. I want to thank everybody for watching with us tonight. I hope you all had a good time. I think we're off to a good start with this. It is, well, like Tessa and I were just saying, it's got that nice logical puzzle solving feel to it without getting into adventure game shenanigans. Man, what's wrong with camera 1? So we'll be playing some more of this. We have the rest of episode, like we have the entirety of a trilogy. We're still in the first part. And then after that, there's a newer Phoenix Wright game that I believe takes place in the past. There are actually a lot of Phoenix Wright games, and not all of them are available on Steam and the like. A lot of them were in like the DS era and similar. Yes, less unusual findings like we tried to play on stream. But yeah, we're going to be back on Thursday for more of this. Hopefully, I will be getting better about getting a schedule out, but uh, because I think this one will last us long enough, we may throw something in here as just like a palate cleanser now and again, just to be sure. But yeah, we'll be back again on Thursday. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you again.